Bist du sicher?
Good morning. Good morning, NEOS community.
That's too much light for me.
It seems we had a nice social event yesterday.
You think?
Are you still tired? Thank you for coming back to the second day of NEOS conference here in Berlin at Kulturbrauerei. We have our second day jam-packed with great sessions about NEOS and Flow, and of course about related topics. Remember, you have the NEOSCon app to check out the schedule, to rate the talks, and to ask questions.
That's it? But we shouldn't forget, at the start of this week, we released new versions for Flow and NEOS, and I think we have the release managers in the room, so give them a big applause and great thank you for your work.
Release managers Markus Günther and Marc-Henry Schulz, thank you very much.
And actually, it was Mark Henry's first release, and he was a bit doubtful if he could do this, and I think he did a very, very good job. And of course, let's not forget all of you who contributed to this release. That was very helpful, or who answered Markus' question, what features you wanted to see in the 8.3 release. We couldn't manage to include everything, but it gave us some inspiration to look forward in next releases. So thank you for that.
So we do have a few technical announcements. For those of you who have been to NEOS conference in the last years, there will be a drone photo again this year, and we will do that during lunch break. So we're aiming to see all of you at 1:30 p.m. on the rooftop terrace. So we will tell you in the lounge during lunch again. And the rooftop terrace is a good place to go. You can grab your lunch here and eat upstairs and enjoy, hopefully, the nice weather. But there's an important piece of information. The location of the studio stage will change after lunch. So the studio stage talks will happen next to the rooftop terrace. So we've prepared a short video, two short videos, to show you where it is located.
So let's have a look.
Obviously, the rooftop, you can either take the elevator, or for those of you who still have some energy left, and be prepared. Last year at NEOS conference, we set ourselves up for the E. So this year, we will do the O shape for the drone photo. So that will be the studio stage. Very nice. And as I said, for those of you who still have some energy left after yesterday's dancing, it's quite quick, 5 seconds. You can take the stairs. Remember, pink lanyards, those are the people, if you need some help with directions, you can ask them, and we will be telling you in the lunch area as well.
So who's next?
So that's our introductions for day 2 of NEOS Conference 2023. We will open up the way to the studio stage now, where Bernhard will have his talk about Speaking Graphish, the content repository's PHP API, our next new content repository talk. And on this stage,
there will be Derek, and I think we should give the audience 5 minutes time to go to the studio
go
stage.
to the studio stage. So enjoy your first talks of the day, and don't forget to send in questions via the app. Welcome.
Geh mal runter.
All right, good morning. I think the stage is for me right now. It's a very bright light. I cannot really see you. Hopefully you can see me well. So hi, I'm Derek. I am currently living in London. I also used to be a release manager, but for PHP 7.4, which is no longer supported, so I had to strike that out on my slide here. Part of my daytime work, I work for the PHP Foundation on the PHP language. So if you have any suggestions to improve the language itself, come find me later. I'm the author of Xdebug, which I'll be talking about a little bit today, and how it has improved in the last year or so, and some things that I've been looking at making it easier for using Xdebug with Niels, because there are some very specific cases where this is actually quite hard. I like maps, beer, and whiskey. It's irrelevant, but I thought I'd throw it out here. And yeah, let's get going. So you might not be aware, but with Xdebug 3, which came out about a year and a half ago, I actually changed quite a lot of how it worked internally, which now makes it a lot easier to turn things on and off. So there's different modes in Xdebug. And why this is relevant, I'll get to in a moment as well, related to Niels as well. But it basically allows you to have the debugger loaded without it doing anything, which is really useful in, I wouldn't quite say production environments, but you can have it loaded without it being a burden to running anything. And I found out that having the debugger on while running Niels makes things a bit slower. There's different reasons for that, which I'll also mention in a moment. But all the different modes then add additional functionality to Xdebug. So there's the development that makes, I say, the nice orange vardums that you probably don't see very often because you have an error handler. But there's the debugger, there's tracing, there is a profiler, and code coverage in case you use unit tests. But what I've started prototyping is something called the time traveler mode. Now, lots of people always ask me, well, I'm debugging, but I clicked one too far. Can I go one back? And the answer has always been, no, you can't do that because PHP, the language, doesn't have a way of going back after it has run something. In some cases, that makes a lot of sense, because if you have added something to a database, how do you unadd it to a database, right? You can do delete, I suppose. But after you've updated the value, how do you unupdate the value? Some things not possible, right? Like unreading from a network that you've written to, or to a file. Things that are not possible. So what I've been trying to work on, and this is still very much prototype phase, is something called a time traveler, which is basically a way of how you would be able to run a request. It ends up in a big file, very big files sometimes, which would then allow you to play it back through the debugger. So after the end of the request is over, you'll be able to play it back and inspect all the variables, but also step back if you have to do that, which I think is a really nice way, especially if you have like an application that you give to somebody else to run. They find a bug in it. You say, well, just turn this on, give me the file, and then you'd be able, as a developer, to debug that. This is a lot of work. That's why it's not finished yet. All right, lots of other things I changed in Xdebug. Don't worry, I won't go through all the settings, just showing you that there's many of them. But there are a few that are kind of interesting. So the one I like to use for debugging is there's this start with request setting, which by default is set to trigger. And remember that. That basically means that Xdebug will only start debugging when there is a hint to Xdebug that you would like to start a debugger. I tend to do that by a little browser icon, which I don't have enabled here, it seems. Where did it go? Try this out, seriously. Anyway, there used to be a little icon there for me to click to then start a debugger. I found out that actually, and I will show you later in a moment, that when you start Niels with the built-in developer, the built-in web PHP develop, no, with the built-in PHP web server, gosh, it's early, isn't it? There are some issues with that, and I'll show you in a moment. What I also worked on really hard is performance. I'm not sure how many of you have been using Xdebug since Xdebug 2. If you have been using PHP for a long time, you probably have, and you probably also really didn't like that it made things go a lot slower. At least I found that too. So after I did the rewrite for Xdebug 3, where I've split up everything in the different modes, I actually very specifically started targeting each of them to see whether I can prove that specific feature. So the yellow line, for example, is by using profiling. So you see that at some point I came up with an ID that made a profiler, was it 30% faster or something, by just doing little things here. And those are the branch names, irrelevant. And similarly, like code coverage is about 20% faster. But this sort of pales in comparison if you compare this to Xdebug 2. So again, the yellow line goes from 270% baseline to about 60. That means that the profiler is about 4 times as fast, which is great for a profiler because you don't want your profilers, of course, to have any overhead. Now, this is ongoing work. I know that for code coverage, I would like to improve it because there are some architectural issues with it. But unfortunately, fixing that makes it 50% slower again, which is why I haven't merged this yet. But yes, ongoing work, lots of work to do to make things better. Now, to show you a few things that makes it easier for you to figure out what Xdebug is doing, I have a set of light demos, so please, I'll keep your fingers crossed that I work, to show you how these things are easier. So there's a new function called Xdebug info. It works like PHP info. So if I load this, I'll make this a bit bigger. Of course, nothing changes because of reasons. Because there's nothing to change, I suppose. All right, things do change there, see. So I can show you it's not actually made up. What this basically shows you is all the different features that are enabled, which isn't very interesting because you should already know that. But in some cases, there's an environment variable, which then overrides those. So it will tell you. It will also tell you whether it could connect to the debugger or not, and tell you exactly what it has tried. So this is sort of useful if you run PHP in a different environment than your IDE, if it runs in a Docker or basically anywhere else that you can think of. And it will tell you what happened or not. And then below you have all the Xdebug relating settings, which isn't very interesting. Now, with Xdebug info, you see this here already. There's this whole set of diagnostic messages. So if anything goes wrong, or if you try to do something, or Xdebug or your IDE tries to do something that doesn't work, it will tell you an exact message. And there's also a link to the documentation, which I can't really click on now because I'm not on the Wi-Fi. But it has an overview of exactly what the error message is about, what the cause likely causes, and also a set of solutions how you can fix that, which I think is very useful. It was a way for me to make sure that I get fewer emails, which is always good. Now, Xdebug info, yeah, done the demo, has a few extra things as well. So let me switch to the code. It's not this one. No, not this. Where did it go? Sorry, I just had the wrong tab open. Now, I don't know who of you uses VS Code or PHP Storm, so can I see a show of hands? So VS Code first, sorry, I did ask the questions. Okay, a few, and the rest PHP Storm, I suppose? Anything else you want to shout out? No? Vim, okay. There's always one. Includes me, by the way. Okay, very well, Vim. There's a debugging plugin for Vim as well. I don't really use it because I find it too cumbersome, but it does exist. So I shall be live changing this file. OK, so a reason why Xdebug info has this extra argument here is that tools like PHP Unit or other tools that make use of Xdebug's data, like for code coverage, need to know whether code coverage is enabled. And because the mode can be set in different ways, either on the command line or with a setting, there needs to be a way for figuring out what it is. So let me save this, and if I then reload my file, it will just tell you all the modes that are enabled, which is great, right? There's also, I will make that a bit bigger. You can see that. There's also a link here. And you can set up Xdebug to make those links go to open them in the IDE. So at the moment, I've configured this for PHP Storm, and unfortunately, I just updated PHP Storm to the 2023 release, and they removed this feature. So now you have to install a plugin. So if you're on 2023.1, it doesn't work anymore. But I'll go and fix that at some point. Now, also, there's another issue here. The file name that you see here is as it is running, in my case, in a Docker environment. So if I click on it, nothing would have happened anyway, because what would have happened in your IDE, it would have opened this file, because this is var www.html info.php on my local file system. This feature never used the path mappings that are set up, for example. Now, path mappings is something I'll get back to in a moment. So it would open up the wrong file. Similarly, setting a breakpoint here also wouldn't work because it's the wrong file, right? Now, the other thing that is kind of neat, which is new, and it is something that you as a user can use while developing in case you don't want to set a breakpoint, is this Xdebug notify option function, which you can give an array of information. In this case, I'm just putting it Xdebug info variables, but you can any variable would fit there. And when you debug with that, which I shall demonstrate by clicking listen, this is where the tricky live demo starts, so fingers crossed that it works. I shall then set up a breakpoint and reload the slide. And of course, it didn't work. Why is that? I will cheat. It still does not work. Live demos are fun, aren't they? OK, now how do we figure this out? We have this Xdebug info thing here, right? So it's better make use of it. So if I load that, and now it stops in the file, of course, the wrong file, because, as I just mentioned to you, the path mappings are wrong, and I hadn't fixed them yet. So let me do that before moving on. Live demos, as I said, always fun. So let me just do that. Now, you have the same issues with PHP Storm. I'm just showing that VS Code because it makes editing the configuration a bit easier than clicking around in things, and I don't like to click around in things. All right, so let's try that again. Set a breakpoint here. Set a breakpoint there. Reload again. And now, nothing is happening here, which makes sense because it's, of course, stuck in the debugger on this first line. So let me step over that. That goes here. Then you still don't see the output because PHP uses output buffering. But when I now step over this one, you see in the debug console a new variable show up, which is the values of what I passed in. Now, what it doesn't do yet is that it only does one level deep, which means you don't actually get to see the values yet. But that is something that I'm trying to figure out with the author of the VS Code plugins to make a way of making that work too, but not there yet. And then we now run to the end. And then, this got really big. That's too small. So then here you will see in the overview that the step debugging was actually active, so it knows that that happened. I mean, this is obvious because it stopped at a breakpoint, but there you go. And which features were enabled as well. So that's Xdebug info and Xdebug notify. As I said, the slides are mostly for me. The file link one I showed you already as well. Now, sometimes when you do debugging, you set a breakpoint on lines that don't exist. So let me stop VS Code and go to PHP Storm. And of course, I've now, no, they're all here, sorry. Explorer. So the static parameters on. So I will continue with VS Code here because I've demoed with that, played with it around this morning. So in this case, what I'm doing here is I'm setting a breakpoint on this line 5 here. Now line 5 doesn't have any lines of code, right? We can see that. So normally what would happen if you run the debugger, you would see that it wouldn't stop on that line because it doesn't exist. So this is the static variables.php. Properties, thank you. Properties. I should just have bookmarked those instead. And it does the 1, 2, 3, 4. That's because I haven't started the debugger. No, this one. Here we go. So reload that, and was I too late? No, I didn't click properly. There we go. Reload that, and now you see that this is hanging again because it is waiting for the debugger. And it stopped now. Oh, it stopped on line 6. But I haven't set a breakpoint there. So Xdebug has a way of figuring out that a breakpoint actually has happened on a different place than where you set it. Now, it does this for lines, and it has done that for quite some time already. And basically, the way how this works is whenever a new function gets started and a breakpoint is not resolved yet, it will actually look at whether the executable lines in a function match any place where a breakpoint is set. And if a breakpoint isn't set, it does, or if a breakpoint is set on a line that doesn't have code on it, it will scan forwards 5 lines until it finds a line of code that has something on it. If it doesn't find anything in the next 5 lines, it also tries the 2 before. That often doesn't really do much because many people set a breakpoint on the first line in a function, which is kind of a nice thing to have here. Now, I shall press play on tape a few times, 4 times, and then it's over again. So that is kind of a nice way. It is like clever ways of coming up with better places where debug breakpoints actually happen. So how does this work? Well, let's have a look at the log. So let me open this. This is, of course, way too many lines of code in there. Need to go start to the start. Sorry, too many. There we go. So the Xdebug logs, if you set it up, and if you set it up with, if you turn it up to mode 11, you get a lot of output. In its output, for example, here you see that breakpoints are being set with breakpoint set, right? It sets it on a few files that we are in debugging, so that's fine. But it sets here the debugger on static properties. On line 5, as we set in the line. But it realizes that there is no line 5 here. It's in the smallest range of 4 to 9, and 4 to 9 is the span of the function. It says that it can't find it in the set of executable lines, and then it realizes, oh, it is set on line 6, so we'll then send a notification to the IDE, which of course fell off the screen. notification saying that, where did it go? Here they go. That it is now a resolved breakpoint, and the IDE can then adjust to where the breakpoint used to be set, or is actually being run at. Now, VS Code instantly moves the defined breakpoint for you. PHP Storm doesn't do it quite yet, although its new release, 2023.1, does now have functionality for doing it. But it is still a little bit clunky. So I will be talking to them to improve on that a little bit more, too. All right, no, there we go. Now, return values. I always find this when debugging, especially if there's like a fluent interface. I saw, like, for example, the new content repository, apparently, there's lots of fluent interfaces, right? You call a function, and then from the return, you can then call a different function on. Debugging that has always been really tricky, because the debugger would only be able to stop after each executable line. And nest or chained function calls make up the same line of code. So there was no way of inspecting the return values of each of those fluid functions before something else is being called on. And that was a really annoying way well, you just couldn't debug it. But often what people would do is they would assign it to a new variable, then look at the variable, and then call a function on the new variable, which is, to be fair, a bit pain in the bum. So Xdebug 3.2 has something called return value debugging. VS Code and PHP Storm handle this in a slightly different way, but both work. They just decided to take a slightly different approach there. So let me show you that with VS Code here, if I open up the right one. So I will open up the Fluent interface file. And this is quite a contrived example. Basically what I have is I have a silly shipping info class where I call setters on. I mean, nobody would do this anymore now because we have all the read-only properties and stuff like that. And I mean, this is not how I would write code, let me put it that way. But each of these methods has a returner. And then there's a toString method that also returns something, and there's a count letters one, which, well, you can see what it does. It counts the letters in the shipping information. And the way how you would call this is by running this fluidic interface. So let me set a breakpoint here. It is unverified. To be honest, I don't know what that means. Let me set it there, though, and then I call the Fluent interface API, no, this file. Fluent. Of course, nothing happens here, because it's hung up in the debugger again. But it stopped at my breakpoints. Now, let me go step over the lines in here, and I'll just go to the next, what did this go? Next one here. Problems, call stack, okay. Step over each of those lines here. And when I hit the return, it's hard to see because the screen state is so small. You actually get, there's an extra stage in between returning and the assignment of the variable. Now, in some cases, if you don't assign it to a variable, you just get the interstage of the return value here. So this is an extra step, which basically happens at the exact moment a function is returned. Unfortunately, at this moment in PHP, the original variables in a function that basically has just run disappears. So in this interstage, you can unfortunately only see the return value. And the return value in this case is the shipping info, which, of course, at the first line, we only have direct reference set. So that's how VS Code does that. I think it's OK, but it isn't as nice. So I'll make sure to stop debugging. And then let's do this in PHP Storm as well. So open this file. Set a breakpoint in the same location. Start the debugger. And then, oh, it's crashed. That makes sense because we aborted the request, right? Same thing here. It now stopped on this first line. And then when we step in, okay, the first time we do the constructor, the shipping info is basically just n, right? PHP Storm will actually call the toString method for you, which is kind of handy. When we call setCustomer, you can see that this, of course, sets the property. And then we call return. So instead of showing it here just the return value, PHP Storm actually conflates the last state of debugging at the end of the function with the return value, and then renders it in a specific way, in blue. I don't know. But in any case, you can then inspect what the properties of this return value are. And it is also possible to dig into that into multiple levels. What it doesn't do, it doesn't expose this __return_value fake property that VS Code shows you. But the idea is the same. I found this very useful for this kind of fluidic interfaces. And it, of course, works for the others. I'll step a bit further. It doesn't only work with user-defined functions, but it also works with functions in PHP's internals. So if I now press next or step into, okay, it still needs to run it first, toString. So you get a return of toString, which is the string. And then you call strlen. Of course, you can't jump into the internal strlen function because that's C code, and Xdebug can't debug C code for you. And I was going to say yet, but that's just never going to happen. It will also then show you the result of this as 47, which is kind of nice. I thought it would show you the return value of strlen as well, but maybe PHP Storm hides that from you. Something to figure out later. And then, of course, we get letters, and then it's the end of the function. And then you get the result, which is useless. Demo, done. So this breakpoint resolving, to get back to, right? IDEs can set breakpoints on non-existing files. Now, if I go back to info here, it all works just fine, okay? Because I've set this up to run in VS Code. And for this trick, I'm going to have to turn off the path mapping. So bear with me for a second. Now, just like PHP Storm, what the IDE does, it has a whole list of breakpoints. Okay, a bit bigger maybe? How do I make? Oh, it fell off the screen. You have this whole list of breakpoints that it's trying to send at every request. Now, if I don't have the path mappings and I try to send these breakpoints, clearly they're on files that it doesn't know where they exist, right? So let me start listening. We request this page. Fingers crossed. It actually stops because, of course, I had a breakpoint on this line. But all the other files that it could have set a breakpoint on, it will actually tell you. So if you don't have the path mapping set up correctly, it will tell you that the IDE tried to set a breakpoint on a line that doesn't exist, because HTML Fluent doesn't actually exist on the file system. And Xdebug tells you, which is kind of handy, and of course the documentation will tell you why not. Also a handy feature. But sometimes you set a breakpoint on a line of code that doesn't get executed, which is where I tie these things back in with Niels. Now, I know there is a flow run server command. This is actually what it runs under the hood, and I had to modify this slightly. I'll make this bigger, people taking photos, that works for me. This is what it runs under the hood, but I've made some modifications here. Can you see which ones they are? Probably not. It took me some time to figure out what the issues here as well. First of all, I've set up the log, which was handy for me debugging things going wrong. But I've also removed the Xdebug_config line in it, because that interfered with the setting the trigger. Because whenever Xdebug_config is set on the command line, it means that that always triggers. So my little icon in a browser never did anything because it always got triggered. We might have to have a look at that, looking at maintainers here. Secondly, for me, it allowed me to set up different modes. So you can set Xdebug's modes on the command line by doing this. But when you set that before running flow run server, it doesn't pick up those environment variables. So that's why I had set this up here on the command line. So let me now run this. Now comes the big problem whether my demo works or not. And I will go to Niels. Okay, this is the demo website, right? Let me first refresh this and see whether it actually runs. It always wants me to log in. My password is not password. Okay, no, that's my username. This takes a while, right? It takes a while because the PHP's built-in web server is not multi-threaded. Or so you think. It actually is. But nobody knows about this because it's not documented. So you can actually set it up in such a way that it is multi-threaded, and that then makes Niels go loads faster if you're debugging it. So we have to talk about that as well at some point. Let me stop the debugger in every location. I don't need it right now. So here we have Niels running. I've set a breakpoint on my context line, right? Make sure I start the debugger as well. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Click the wrong button. I want to do start listening for debug connections. And when I now click on the link, what is what you would expect to happen? It stops in the debugger. Considering we have this orange line going on and on, that often indicates that there's something waiting, and indeed it has stopped on this line in the code, which is great, because that's what debuggers are supposed to do, and you can inspect the environment variables and things like that. Now, of course, if you're developing things, you sometimes might want to debug things in classes that you write. So you go to the node class that you write, and let's set a breakpoint on no data is removed. And when we then click continue, what will happen? Anyone wants to guess? Nobody wants to guess? What happens?
Nothing. It won't stop.
So Robert here says nothing will happen and it won't stop. So let me set a breakpoint. Done. Click next. And it stops. So there's this new feature in PHP Storm that does the breakpoint resolving will actually tell you now correctly that it has moved to this location. It's not just a feature of PHP Storm, it's also something I added to Xdebug as an enormous hack in the last week. So what I've done is I will go to Vim right now, because it makes it easier. Too many things here. Okay, of course I should have opened the right location here. Give me 1 second. Xdebug, no. Demos. Must have closed the terminal window. And because I don't know where things are, where is the bits of code that... okay, I have it actually open, of course, because it just had a breakpoint in it, which is handy. What I've actually done there is I've added a sneaky line to it that I've hidden when first debugging this, because I'm sneaky like that. And what it actually does, it sets up a source map. So there's this file here, which is not in a standard location. As I said, this is a bit of a hack. Let me open that. What's in this file? Syntax off. Why not? It wasn't syntax highlighting, it was the spell checker. So what I've done here is I've set like a source prefix, which is where you have your compiled classes set into, and the one in packages, I just picked a prefix to make all the other lines as short as possible. And it basically makes this path mapping between the files that have the actual code, and then on the other side it has the file that has the original code in there. This is actually the wrong way around. As I said, this is a big hack. And what I've done is in the pre-compiler for the classes, I've actually added 4 lines of really hacky code that basically writes the old file and the new file to a file for me then to use. In a format that doesn't look like this at all anymore, but I needed to just get a big list out of it. So the intention here is that we make this work properly with PHP Storm as well, so that it moves the lines fully to where it found the breakpoint here, because it hasn't moved the breakpoint. I don't know why it has done that. To actually then do this correctly, or not do this in PHP Storm, but just pretend that you're debugging the original class. And both things are options. I just need to figure out what is a good way of doing this kind of things. Now, this isn't only useful for Neos, it's also useful. You remember that I had this file line link that you could click on, and it was in the wrong location because this is running on Docker. Because PHP Storm no longer supports this or has the path mappings for there either, it would also be allowed to use it on something like that. Or if you have a template engine, your template engine or your template is usually written in not PHP, but are compiled to PHP, allow you to step through your templates as if you were debugging the templates line by line, whereas under the hood, it would run the compiled template. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, I didn't know actually that PHP Storm actually supported that already, but I don't know how it does that, and I'm pretty sure we can improve on that as well. So yeah, that's sort of what I've been working on in the last week as a quick hack. This is a lot of work to do, a lot of work to get right, not only for Neos, but for other platforms as well, because we want to make sure that this gets mentioned in the logs. If you get a stack trace, you want to know where the original files are as well, for example. And in some situations, I know Neos doesn't do that, but other compiled template or compiled file things, they also change the line numbers in there. So there needs to be a mapping between the line numbers as well, which I haven't done at the moment yet. I know Neos doesn't do that because it makes stack traces ridiculously hard to read if the line numbers also don't work right. So that's deliberate, which is a good thing, but it would be important to have support for that at some point. That basically means every time where Xdebug sees a file, it needs to then change that. Now, let me end the demo here and go through my last few slides. No? Okay, this is just going to sit here until it times out at some point, I'm sure. And then there's a few things that are actually useful, and I ran into really, like this yesterday afternoon, I saw the developer of DDEV. Sometimes people struggle with setting up WSL2 and using DDEV for that. It is kind of useless or complicated to use because the way how WS2 sets up networking is not through the default gateway, which is how Docker does it on Mac and Windows and Linux, but the IP address that you can connect to is the IP address of the name server in your Linux running in WS2. What you can do to figure out what it is you can read this information from etc resolve if you have to do that, which is a bit of a pain to do. So Xdebug 3.2 now has a specific client host that you can set up, which is Xdebug name server, which does all the trickery for you so that you don't have to do that anymore. Similarly, if you're just running Docker, you can set the host to gateway, which is basically something that works where you could have use host.docker.internal, but it also works on Linux without you having to make this extra mapping in your Docker file to set a default gateway kind of thing. There's smart host names. They're not that smart. I also have to say that if you run Alpine Linux in containers, this doesn't work, because Alpine Linux pretends to implement a C library, but it lies about it. So this functionality is not available there. Xdebug info will tell you that, though. Right, in some cases, it is really difficult. Oh, need to start a video. It's really hard to get debugging going, right? In most situations where you have PHP and Xdebug talking to PHP Storm or VS Code, it is just a single network connection and run on the same machine. Or sometimes they run on different machines, which is fine as well, as long as they can connect to each other directly. But when you get things like Vagrant or Docker or WS2, there's this extra layer that makes it really hard to connect directly from the container to PHP Storm, and especially if there's a firewall in the way. Hopefully your wall isn't actually on fire, but it breaks the connection that Xdebug has to make to PHP Storm. So I have, it says coming soon, it's been running for 2 years, but I have developed this cloud service called Xdebug Cloud, which basically goes around all of these networking solutions so that you be able to debug your applications running in a different network with complicated firewall setups without any hassle whatsoever. So I'm quite happy that this exists because it's made my life quite a bit easier. Now, Xdebug is a hobby project. So I'd like support from you all, and I know many of you already do. And I have open support through Patreon and GitHub sponsors. GitHub sponsors, I don't know what's going on there, but I've seen for myself and for many other maintainers that it has dropped significantly the last 2 months. It apparently has something to do with PayPal not being supported. I'm not sure what the logic there was, but we've seen this everywhere, which is kind of sad. Which gets now to the point where sort of it is much harder for open source maintainers to have any sort of sponsorship, right? And as I said, it's nothing to do that specific with Neos. In developing this path mapping thing cost me a lot of time, and I also have a day job, right? So I don't have the time to dedicate to it. So what I've had for a long time is have like business support, and some companies you might recognize from here, like Tideways or Private Packages, have helped with business support to keep Xdebug going. And I see that this is not only something that Xdebug does, it's what many other PHP-related open source projects are leaning towards. It's like open source is becoming unsustainable, right? Because lots of people start using open source, but don't really contribute. I think somebody else mentioned that last night in the awards as well. I can't remember his name now, sorry if that was you. So having businesses that make money out of open source should also contribute in such a way, because tools like Neos, like Xdebug, like PHP Stan, like packages, they save you all so much time, right? And it's basically running a hobby project. And if I have to choose between working on Xdebug or, well, luckily in my case, working on PHP, which is my day job, makes it easy, which means development stalls. Now, with that, I will also say that it is important to show you that you're actually doing something. Now, this is an old screenshot. This is from 2020. But what I also do is every month I'll come up with a little report saying what I've worked on. To be fair, the comments are a bit better than fix this bug, but in this case, not overly. But I will actually show you what I've worked on, and if you're a sponsor, you also get a report sent to you through GitHub sponsors, and some of you probably have been receiving these. So I just wanted to talk about sustainability of open source software, because this is not just an Xdebug thing. You see that everywhere happening. All right. That's what I had to talk about so far. If you have any further questions, ask them in the app. You can, if we don't have time to answer them here, come and find me later. I will also have a bunch of Xdebug stickers that I have way too many of, and I need to get rid of. So if you want them, come and find them. If you have later any further questions, you can contact me by email on derek@xdebug.org, or you can find me on Mastodon at @derekr@php.social. And I think it is now time for some questions.
Thank you. In fact, we are running a bit out of time.
We're running out of time.
But we will send you the questions, which we have in the app, and we'll probably publish them on neoscon.io together with your video of the talk. We will do that for probably all of the talks. So if you are a speaker, be prepared to get all the questions we already asked you.
That's okay with me. But in any case, also please come and find me if you have any questions or comments or suggestions for new features.
And do not forget to rate Derek's talk in the app so that we can award the best speaker in the afternoon. Next up, after a short break, on the studio stage, Christian, Robert, and Carsten will tell us a little bit about their Neos experiences. And here on the center stage, Daniel Lienert will talk about building a blazing fast GRPC service with PHP. So we will welcome you back at 11. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Jan, Florian. Welcome to the second talk on the center stage today. And I'm looking very much forward to welcoming on stage Daniel, a longtime NEOS core team member. And with his topic today, he's going to show us that NEOS is not just about NEOS and Flow, but also getting inspired by things happening outside of our own ecosystem. So please welcome on stage Daniel Lienert.
So good morning, everyone. Yeah, as just said, I'm not talking about NEOS or the NEOS ecosystem today. I'm talking about something that I've worked with it for a year now, which is a technology called GRPC, and how to build microservices and services with it. I thought GRPC is commonly known, but I talked to some people yesterday that didn't know it. Honest question, who did gRPC services or consumed some already? There are some quite people. But I guess we can learn something new today. So in this talk, we start with some motivation, why we started to use it last year and what we can do with it. Then we'll dive into basics of gRPC and protocol buffers, exploring what they are and why they are essential for building efficient and scalable microservices. Then we'll move on to the practical aspects of using PHP as a gRPC server. And finally, we'll wrap up by looking into gRPC in action. And I want to showcase you how you can build your own server with the right tools in just minutes. OK. Start with the motivation. We at Punkt.de are a service agency, and we bill all our working time and book them and track them to customers. And we had a pretty old application, which was quite feature-rich for that. And last year, we want to rebuild that because the old one was old, was written for Windows, and was virtualized on our Macs for about 10 years now. And this is the new one, which really reacts pretty fast. And we wanted to have an API-first approach to build it. So all the processing and the logic should be on the server, and we wanted to then build slim clients in Swift or in other languages for other platforms to communicate with that server. And we wanted to integrate other services that are not the core domain of time tracking, and we wanted to use gRPC for that communication. And as we are PHP developers by heart, a lot of us are, we wanted to build that gRPC server with PHP. Especially, we wanted to use an application server that is called Roadrunner and a framework that is capable to build gRPC servers, which is called Spiral. I will come to that later. Let's start with gRPC, or better start with function calls. In the local function call that you all know, in this example, we have a login method that calls a user management object, for example. In the local function call, we have the caller and the callee in the same application, maybe on the same thread, and it can use memory to communicate, which is pretty fast and efficient. In contrary to remote procedure calls, which looks for a developer just the same like local function calls, but it uses network to send messages over to another server to execute the function there. And that, of course, involves some latency and some network things that have to go pretty fast, that it feels like you would call the method locally. And that brings us to gRPC. gRPC is a remote procedure call It was developed by Google in 2016 as an internal project for efficient communication between the microservices, and was later released as an open source project. The framework is used by lots of organizations, not only by Google, but also by Netflix and Juniper to interconnect large microservices. And it's really popular. So what makes gRPC popular? First, it's built on HTTP 2, which is the successor of HTTP 1.1. And with that, it has a lot of benefits. It enables multiple requests and response to be processed simultaneously on a single connection, a single network connection. That improves performance by reducing the number of required connections that have to build up, and uses the network resource then efficiently. It also supports bidirectional streaming of data between clients and server, which also allows efficient transmission of even large amount of data. And it uses a compact and efficient format, which is called protobuf, we come to that later, that reduces the network bandwidth and improves performance and enables cross-language communication. And it allows the server to send multiple responses to a single request, which improves performance by reducing the number of round trips. That leads us to the flow types that gRPC offers for us. The first one is the simplest one. It's called the unarray flow type. It's just what we normally see for HTTP requests. We send one request to the server, and we get one request back. Then we have the server streaming flow type. Here we send one request to the server, and the server answers with a message, with a stream of messages, which we can then consume in the client one by one. We have the other way around. We send a lot of messages in one stream to the server, and upload, for example, and we get one request back. And then we have the bidirectional streaming between both the client and the server, which enables real-time communication between two endpoints. Another great thing about gRPC is that it has official libraries for basically all languages that you might know or that you want to use. Additionally, it also has support for PHP. Then I want to compare this gRPC to something that you might know better, SOAP and REST. Let's start with SOAP. It's a bit unfair because SOAP is rather old. It's about 25 years old by now. It uses XML for communication, which is quite bulky and therefore very slow and needs a lot of space. But the benefits of SOAP is that it's commonly used. You will find more endpoints that you could use SOAP with it, and it's, I guess, better documented. But the benefits of gRPC, on the other hand, is what I already mentioned. It's high performant, it's super efficient. It has these streaming mechanisms, which really makes them it's superior to XML-RPC or SOAP, and it's really more easy to use. And then we have REST. I have it also on that slide, but REST isn't a gRPC in general because you cannot execute any kind of remote procedure call. It's CRUD oriented. Normally, you only have CRUD operations on REST. Okay, what can we use that gRPC for? Generally, it's designed for microservices, so it can handle high volumes of traffic and data. Its use of the protocol buffers and HTTP 2 makes it ideal for cloud-native applications and containerized environments. It has a low latency, and it has a high throughput design, which also makes it well suitable for high-performance computing, such as scientific simulation or financial modeling or such things. And also for IoT, because of its multiplexing and of its possibility to run on devices with limited resources. It offers inter-service communication. As I said, you can write your services in any language you like. And it offers real-time communication by its bidirectional streaming. So when this feature and this technique is so great, why don't we use it on our regular basis by developing web applications? The problem is that gRPC uses HTTP2 primitives that are not exposed to the programming language, so it's not too easy to use them in our JavaScript application. But there is an option, though, which is called gRPC Web. It's a JavaScript implementation for gRPC, for browser clients. It uses a proxy by default in gRPC Web as Envoy to proxy HTTP connections through HTTP2 to our gRPC server. The downside is that it only supports unary communication and server streaming and not bidirectional streaming or client streaming. So that's it for gRPC. Let's come to the IDL, the Interface Division Language, which is called protocol buffers or protobuf. Protocol buffers is a language agnostic like gRPC. It's a binary serialization format and offers several advantages of traditional text-based communication protocols like XML or JSON. It is the default format for communication in gRPC, but you can use JSON, of course, as well, but protobuf has a lot of advantages. The format is, it uses a fully defined schema to ensure that data is typed and strongly validated. It has a compact binary format that is high efficient in terms of data site and transmission speed. In fact, it's about 10 times smaller and 100 times faster than XML. Protocol buffers are designed to be used across multiple languages, which enable seamless communication between different systems and servers written in different languages. It all allows to have documentation embedded in the schema definition. We'll see that later. And it allows for schema evolution, which makes it possible to change your API without having to deprecate it and building a new one. So, yeah, let's have a look at it. You can see here a protobuf definition for a user message. In the upcoming slides, I want to show you some service that sends a request to a server, a search request on the server, and you get a list of users back. And this is the definition, which is pretty simple for a small user object. You can see here we have 4 simple types, 1 integer, 3 strings. And you can use a lot of other formats. Yeah? You can use bool and float and double, whatever you like. And there is a great description on protobuf dev, where you can see which protobuf property types are then compiled to which types in which language. That's pretty great. And then, as you see, each field has a unique number, which is counted up here. And these field numbers are used to identify your fields in the message binary format. That means if your format is used, you cannot change these numbers. Otherwise, it gets completely wrong. Yes. So, as I said, you can document the protobuf file inline. That means you can just add some comments. And that's pretty great because there is a Proto-C plugin. Proto-C is the protocol buffer compiler that normally generates stubs for your languages, but it also can generate documentation in HTML, JSON, docbook, Markdown, in whatever you want. So you can write your documentation with your code so it stays consistent, and you can build documentation if you need one. So evolving message I mean, changing your API is pretty simple. If you want to add a new field, you can just add it here. You see, you don't have to count up the numbers. You can use any number you like. There are some reserved numbers by GRPC, but it's unlikely that you hit them. So that would mean you have a new version of your API, and it could happen that client and server, the caller and the callee, have different versions of that protobuf definition. What happens then? If a caller has an older version which hasn't that field, that means that the callee, the server, on a client-server request, will just add a default value. For example, for bool, it's false. There is also a list of default values. On the other hand, if the client sends it and the server doesn't know of it, it is just ignored. So you can evolve on that message format without having to change all participants on the communication simultaneously. If you want to remove a field, you have basically two options. The one thing is you can deprecate that field. That would lead to a warning on each participant that uses that field, or you can just remove it. That has a bit of a problem because if you remove it, no one knows of it. So it could happen that another developer reuses that field number. And that would lead to serious problems, security issues, data processing problems, and I guess absolutely debugging nightmares. And to avoid this, you can add reserved header and reserve that field. So if someone uses that field again, the Proto-C compiler would neglect to compile that protobuf file. Okay, that's that simple message. To make that a complete protobuf definition, we need some header lines. We need the first line to define the syntax version. It's Proto-3, which is the current version. And then we can add some language-specific options. They don't affect the meaning of the message, but they can be used at compile time to compile our stubs. In this case, for PHP, we can add the namespaces where the stubs should be placed in. And then there is some package information to bind up the API in a single package. So for our use case and for our demo case, we need some additional messages. We need a search request, which is pretty simple. It just contains by a search term. And we need, if we request a server, we don't want to have only one single user back. We want to have a list of users back. Therefore, we have that user collection, which has a repeated user field to be returned. So with the messages in place, we now can define our service. And again, it's pretty easy. We say we have a user service, and there is one RPC command that takes a user search request and returns a user collection. And that's all you have to define. It's about 20 lines, and your GRPC service is set up. So now we want to use it. And if we want to use it with PHP, we have some additional problems to solve. The first thing is that it's pretty easy to build gRPC clients with protobuf definitions, but it's kind of hard to build servers on your own. It's great to have some environment, some framework that does that for you or supports you. So you need a framework for that. And second, advanced gRPC features like bidirectional streaming are not really possible to build reliable on PHP. We need also some support for that. And first and most important, now that we have this very fast and efficient communication protocol, we need some PHP application that keeps up with that. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have such a fast protocol and then have a PHP application that takes 2 seconds to respond on a request. So we need a good fitting solution for that. All that brings us to Roadrunner. Roadrunner is an open source PHP application server. Basically, it does things like PHP FPM that handles high loads and increases performance on PHP application. Its development is driven by a company called Spiral Scout, and it's designed to work with a variety of PHP frameworks like Symfony, Laravel, and their own Spiral framework. And there's a blog post of Christopher Lubeck. He also managed to make it happen with Neos. So what does that Roadrunner do for us? Imagine we have a typical client request lifecycle. It goes to our PHP FPM. We start our PHP application, and the first thing we have to do is some framework initialization. We read the configuration. We create the objects for our common libraries and our user libraries, and then we read some caching. I would call that the bootstrapping phase of our application. Then we come to the entry point, we do some routing, we end up in our controller, we have some domain logic code, we wrap up the response, and we send it back to the server. This is the actual work that we are doing. And most of the time, the bootstrapping phase consumes a lot more time than the actual work. Think of some information that we can just return from our controller that is pretty fast, but till we end up at the controller, that can consume time. There are two approaches to make that happen, that we can just start with our entry point and neglect all the bootstrapping phase. The one thing is a non-blocking approach. Like you may know it from React PHP, where we have some event loop that consumes our requests and then answers it non-blocking. The problem may arise when we try to use blocking resources like databases or something. Then it can get very complicated. And then we have this Roadrunner approach, which just keeps PHP workers alive between incoming requests. This means that we can completely eliminate the bootloading time, and that offers complete new possibilities. We can put a lot of work in our bootstrapping because it's only executed once, and that significantly speeds up our heavy application. You have an example here. I implemented requests, and you can see the first request takes up 30 milliseconds, which is quite fast, but all consecutive requests are under 1 millisecond, which I guess is really great. This Roadrunner server is built in Go, and we get some additional advantages for it. It has plugins that we can enable or disable. Of course, it has an HTTP plugin where we can build our REST service, or we can generate some HTML. It has the GRPC service. It has supports for jobs, which is a high-efficient plugin which enables to automatically manage tasks from various queue storages like Redis. And that results in a high concurrent and scalable event bus. They say they are capable of consuming about and distributing about 100,000 messages or events per second. Then we have PSR16 compatible key value store. Then they have endpoints to get the status of the system and also get metrics to see which workers perform in which manner, and you can monitor them. That's pretty great. And it has a cron worker, so you don't have to configure your cron. You get a ticks from the server itself. And it has an integration with Centrifugo. I don't know if you know that. It's a real-time messaging server for real-time messaging communication. So, and above that, we used the Spiral framework. It's a really robust and powerful framework by the same company, or driven by the same company. It's also open source, and it's built for development and maintaining medium to large size enterprise application, and it's really great and straightforward and slim. And they say it's 2 times faster than any other framework out there. I haven't tested, but it's pretty fast. It provides an easy integration with gRPC. And yeah, I want to show that to you. Spiral has different app skeletons for different purposes, and there is an app skeleton for building gRPC, which basically is a composer file that has all the dependencies in it. And I can use composer create project. It loads the dependencies, and then it also downloads the Roadrunner server, which is fitting to your environment, in this case, for my Mac. Next thing to build up the server is to download the Proto-C binary. There is also a Roadrunner command for that, which searches for the correct binary for our system and just loads that down. With that, that's all we need to compile our stub files. Next thing is we can use the Spiral framework. It's a console command to generate our service, and we get the DTOs and the message stubs that we can use later. You see here in the message folder, we have one stub for all our messages, user collection, and so on. We have a user service client that we can use to consume the service, and we have a user service interface that we can implement to build our server. And that's pretty simple, and all we have to do, we have to add a new class and implement that service. I made it pretty simple here, so I just create a new user collection, I create a new user, add it to that user collection. That's the point where you normally request your database for users and so on. You get the point. But that's all we have to do to build our server endpoint. We don't have to build our own DTOs, our routing, everything. It's all done. Next we can do is configure our Roadrunner server. It's done in YAML. And this also is pretty simple. We define that we want to use the gRPC plugin where it should listen and which protofiles it should use to validate the incoming requests. There are lots of options that we could add. We can fine-grain configure our gRPC service, configure boundaries, and so on, but they are really same defaults. We don't have to use it. So we are done. Now we can start our gRPC, our Roadrunner server, just with rrserve. And we can see it has now two ports open. The one is general RPC port for communicating between PHP and Roadrunner, and the other one is the gRPC service. So if we want to test if our service works well, there is a neat tool which is called gRPC Web UI. It's also a Go application. We can download it with Go, and all we then have to do is start it by pointing to our same proto definition file. And what we then get is a browser application which already knows about our service. We can select the service, we can select the method. It shows us which fields we can put in and which fields are required, and then we can click on invoke and get a response back. So no reading of documentation, it's just everything resourced from that proto file. So that wouldn't be a Neos talk if there would be no Neos involved. So I think I can build some EEL helper that requests that service and gets information back. But it's basically completely independent if you use it in Neos or if you use it in plain PHP. There is this Proto-C profiler command, which is a bit bulky. It defines where we can find the protofiles, where we should put the classes, which plugin we should use to build the stubs. So it's the PHP plugin, and where we can find the service proto. The service proto is the file where all other files are included, the endpoint of this protocol. And again, we get the client stubs generated. All the methods, the method files are there, and the user service client is also there. And this user service client can be used directly by just building a new object of it, defining where we can find the endpoint. Then you might notice that we have to set the credentials. In this case, I built an open, unauthenticated endpoint. So I have to find that it is an insecure channel, and then I can add various other options like a user agent and such, and that's all. Now I can request a service. I get objects back where I can traverse on it. In this case, I get a user collection, and I can respond. I can return that user collection, for example, to Fusion, and then iterate over it and use it. So that was a quite fast introduction into gRPC. I hope I made you curious and you want to use it in your project as well. So do you have any questions?
Thank you, Daniel. I already have a few questions. If you still want to submit one, please do so via the app. The first one, do you know if it is possible in the future to use Apache 2 and FPM with gRPC?
I guess that isn't a problem with that limitations I just said. You can only use the unarray and maybe the server streaming flow types. One thing that is missing in the presentation is that Roadrunner also provides some Go code that provides the server streaming flow type as well. That's the part where it is handy to use that system, but I guess you also could use it with Apache and PHP-FPM.
All right. Another question. Do you know if it is possible to create a gRPC server with pure PHP?
Yeah, if you want to do it the hard way, I guess so. Because, yeah, again, if you don't rely on that additional flow types, it's all pure PHP. The server is written in PHP, but I guess you have to do a lot of things that I wouldn't do. Basically, I guess no one really writes PHP code without using any framework, because you have to repeat so much that you gain from framework for free.
All right. How can I build a pagination when, for example, querying users?
That's pretty simple. In this case, you can just add a pagination field to our search request message, and then you have to do the pagination on the server side and respond with the information. In this case, you maybe want also add some count or total count information on the response type.
Okay, thank you. And how did you integrate Proto-C and other tools into your CI workflow?
Yeah, we use a Docker for developing locally, and we use the same Docker setup in our CI pipeline to spin it up and then compile the protobuf files there.
Okay. There is another question here. Would the gRPC protocol replace the other protocols? And if not, when should we use it and when the others?
Yeah, I basically would replace all. Especially I would replace all SOAP services with gRPC. I don't know if you ever worked with SOAP service, but it's really pure pain. And I also would replace most of the REST APIs, because a lot of our REST use cases are server-to-server communication from one backend to another, and that is where gRPC really shines, because you get a lot of benefits for it. As said, you don't have to build your own stub code, DTOs, request and response code. It's just free, and the definition is totally clear. You can send the protobuf file to someone else, and it's definitely clear what should come out. It's not like a Swagger documentation where something is wrong or missing or interpretable. It's just totally clear, and I really like that format.
Okay, and then the last questions, they relate to Flow. Any plans to integrate what you've shown with Flow?
Yeah, I guess we need to work on Flow in general in that manner. I've seen response times, and you have seen response times from that Spiral and Roadrunner combination that I think that we don't get in Flow anytime soon. And I would say not any tool is that hammer and nail thing. I guess Flow is capable of a lot of things, and it's really great, and it's a good foundation for Neos. But sometimes it's worth to looking on other frameworks to use them, and especially to gain inspiration, what we can implement in Flow. But I guess that is not a top priority to be implemented in Flow anytime soon, if you don't like to implement it, of course.
So there was one question, will Spiral replace Flow? But I guess that...
I guess not. But I guess it really has some things that we can think of. There are really some configuration possibilities that are way more straightforward and easier as in Flow, and maybe we can take some ideas from there.
So if you have any further questions regarding gRPC, Daniel will be around. And for all of you who are very into the PHP framework questions, I think you heard Robert talk about Flow and the future during the keynote. So do go to Robert and Carsten and the other Flow developers and talk to them about the PHP framework. Thank you very much, Daniel, for your presentation. Please don't forget to rate the talk in the app. Thank you. You will have a 20-minute break now, and at 12 we will continue with Arnian Weber on the studio stage, and he will tell us about how to screw up a Neos project. And here on the center stage we will have Karina Grüser talking about leading leaders in tech. See you back in 20 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Florian.
So I'm happy you are so patient because I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker. I just learned from her that 3 years ago she decided to quit developing and go to full-time leadership management. And that's curious because 3 years ago I completely took the different approach and decided to be a full-time developer again. So
Please welcome on stage Karina for her talk, Leading Leads in Tech. Thank you.
Hi there. So you see the first thing as a manager, you don't have the greatest laptops anymore, right? Because I'm not a developer and my laptop is a bit old school. So the presenting mode is not as easy as with a great, new, perfect, tech-savvy laptop that you probably or some of you already have. So leading leads in tech. I want to share some of my experience from growing to an engineer to a lead of leads, and yeah, share what I learned and share also some challenges that I still see. What I want to talk about is who am I? I also have one point, who are you? Just very short, 3 questions. I want to know who sits in front of me, right? So we have a better conversation. So it's mostly me talking. My role, I want to give you a bit of an understanding how I'm currently working so you also understand better the examples that I give then afterwards. And then the 3 main topics I want to share with you, it's time and prioritization, trust and empowerment, which is super important, right? And then maker versus multiplier. So who am I? I studied computer engineering at the Technical University here in Berlin. Why did I want to study computer engineering? I wanted to, learn from bottom up everything that how a computer works, right? So it was perfect. We designed our own circuits. We soldered our own circuits. We then programmed the circuits. A lot of assembler and, very low. And then also we did learn, obviously, also the high-level programming like Java and C++, everything. Was definitely what I wanted to know. I understood everything from bottom up. And I did my master's thesis actually in medical, developing a medical simulation for ENT, ear, nose, and throat surgery. You can imagine that, for pilots, we have this great flight simulators, and for surgeons, we want to build more and more surgical simulators so they can train and learn how to do surgeries on a simulator. That was amazing. I loved working very close to surgeons and medical people. After studies, I wanted to stay working with C++ because it somehow became my language while studying, while writing the diploma thesis. And I started to work with a company in image recognition. Image recognition software in the way, in the end of the production line, we had our image recognition software systems, and they decided, is the product going out to be sold or is it actually sorted out because something is off? For example, with a bottle, the bottleneck is broken, or with electronical circuits, you need to measure by micrometers whether they are correctly produced. So a lot of interesting stuff, actually. I learned a lot also about different businesses there. After 1 year, I decided to leave, do something different. I started to develop geomechanical simulations. So simulations, again, I really like that in my diploma thesis. But a different domain, geomechanics, so a lot about math, physics, geology, geomechanics. Our software computed how rock breaks. So how do fractures grow in rock, and how do the physics work? We know an interesting example from that time. Every country is always searching for new locations for radioactive waste disposals, right? And they have this task They need to prove that a waste disposal is safe for the next 100 million years. As you know, or as at least my geomechanical colleagues knew, there will be 3 ice ages in the next 100 million years. So our simulation system actually needed to compute 3 ice ages. So there's like kilometers of weight of ice on the rock that needs to work, right? And then the ice melts, and then all this water goes through the rock and changes the rock properties again. So super interesting, 10 years of my life, again C++. Then I worked in a medical company again. I wanted to get closer to medicine again. Java this time, crazy change. Like Java was always on the other side, right, as a C++ developer. And worked with biomedical data, clinical studies. Again, super interesting. While I was working there, I met some founders of a startup, new, shiny, cool. They wanted to build up a social platform where artists and scientists meet. So the idea was that actually the artists get inspired by the scientists, but then again, the scientists get inspired by the artists by finding new ways for their research by seeing their work through the eyes of the artists. So super crazy stuff. I met a lot of artists, scientists I already knew. It was great working there. I built up a new team there again. But the money wasn't really long enough, or not enough money for what we wanted to achieve. And then 3 months ago, I started to working with Solaris as a fintech, again, super different domain. And my first job, not as an engineer, but as a lead, right? It was super different. I didn't write 0 lines of code in the last 2 years, 3 months in this company at least. A bit in the free time, but not at work. And I want to tell you a bit more about my experiences there. Let's look at the time. Who I am outside work, and then enough about me. And after this slide, I want to hear a bit about you. I have 2 kids, 6 and 9 years old now, and actually this image should be way bigger, so most of my time when I'm not working, I actually spend with my kids. Sometimes, very small time, I also spend in an organization that's called Femtech Alumni e.V. A lot of great tech women in leadership. Amazing. If you want to hear more about this, happy to share more. A bit investment in the health and sport, and not sitting all day long on just in front of the computer, so a bit running, bit sports. And then the tiniest bit probably of my time is some evenings that I play piano, but it's more like once a month or something. So over to you. In case someone has a mobile, please pick your mobile out of your pocket. Scan this QR code, and I will also get my mobile because Slido is actually a great tool, but I need to switch the presentation from here to Slido. So everyone has their mobiles, hopefully, and scans the QR codes. It's only 3 questions, promise, not much effort. So let's see whether I can actually... Ha! It's working. How big is your company? I would love to... Look, people are fast. Amazing. Digital natives everywhere. So 1 to 20 looks like the winner. 1 to 20 people, 34%. Most of you have voted, I think. Nice. Thank you. So next question, what is your role? Is it more like an individual contributor? Are you like an engineer or architect? Or do you work as a team lead? Do you lead people? Or do you work as a lead of leads? Do you lead people who lead engineers? Individual contributor a lot. I expected that. But also a lot of team leads and even a lot of leads of leads. Interesting. if you're a one-person organization, then you're probably all of that at the same time, yes. I can imagine. Cool, thank you so much. The last question is needs a bit more brain power. I would love to understand for you what you think is the biggest challenge in leadership. Even if you're an individual contributor, you work with a lot of leads, you're also probably a lead in a technical sense, maybe not as a people lead. And yeah, share 1 to 3 words. You can share multiple things. No one is sharing anything. Trust. Trust is definitely something. Ego, like it's organization. Keep up the motivation. Find talent. Feedback loop. Communication. Communication. Communication is the winner. Empathy, yes, change management, money, acceptance, trust the team. I like that one. Setting boundaries, I have that also as a challenge. Lead by example, education, motivation. Amazing. Keep up the motivation is also getting thicker. Motivate, organization, people, trust. Cool, thank you so much. That were already the 3 questions I wanted to share with you or get your input. Let's see whether the Slido switcher lets me switch to the presentation again. Sometimes things are working, right? I don't have presenter notes, but I do have Slido. Thank you so much for your input. So my current role, so above me, right, I report to the CIO of Solaris. Also for your information, Solaris, it's like between 800, 900 people. So I have 4 team leads who report to me, how you say, right, who I'm leading, and each of them has 2 or 3 teams. I still, you see down in the middle, I still have 1 team that I lead directly. It's more like a historical context, right? For now, I don't want to like overload any of my leads with 1 more team. Yeah, and the teams work in different product groups. That's how we call them. You could call it departments or units, or it's like different products that they develop. And yeah, 1 more context. A team at Solaris, how does it look? I mean, it's looking different in every company in every country maybe also. Especially different in like 1 to 20 people companies that most of you work in. So we actually have a team of 3 to 5 engineers, senior, junior, professionals, everything. We have a product owner, like 1 product owner works only with 1 team, owns the product that the team develops, right? We have a staff engineer, a technical lead for this team, who's still contributing, supporting the engineers in their like technical growth and also in like solving tasks, like pairing with them, growing them. And we have the engineering manager, which is a role that I started in Solaris, which is like a team lead but a pure manager, right? And 1 engineering manager, as you saw before, has multiple teams that they are working with, and the engineers report to the engineering manager, and the engineering manager is like is the one responsible for the team, right, in all aspects. So my slides told me now is the time to have a good quote from someone important, someone famous, and I was actually starting to look into the internet. Okay, I need a good quote for leadership, and then I was searching, and then there are amazing quotes, right? There's a lot to learn about leadership in the internet, and but then the next morning, my son came, and he gave me the quote that I wanted to share with you. When I'm grown up, I want to be a lead like you. I was like, why? Right? I wasn't sure why he said that, right? And so his thoughts were very clear. It's an easy job, right? The only thing that you do the whole day is talking. And he's right? The only thing I do the whole day is talking. So, and then he was like, yeah, I can already talk, so that's easy. And then the second part is, like, he's I have unlimited computer time, right? Amazing. For a 9-year-old, unlimited computer time, obviously amazing. So probably everyone would want to be a lead when they are grown up. I want to share a bit more what I'm talking about. This is my calendar from last week. You see the time is from 8 to 6 p.m. So this is my kind of working hours, right? You see also on the left timeline that is IST, Indian Standard Time, because part of my team is, or some of my teammates sit in India. Yeah, what do I want to share about my calendar? Google Calendar, super nice. You can color code your events, right? And you have this great time insights that I wanted to share with you. So you can actually understand a bit better where you spend your time. And I want to point out some things. So Tuesdays and Friday mornings, you see there's the light blue is an out-of-office blocker. And this is my time where I need to go jogging. I want to go jogging, right? I want to spend this time there. And it didn't work before without the blocker because sometimes there was a meeting. It was an easy excuse for me. I don't need to go out in the rain and go jogging if I don't want to, right? I have a meeting. I can't do anything. So now I have a blocker, no excuse. Another important thing for me is Mondays and Thursdays afternoons is for the kids, right? I have a blocker for the kids. Everyone knows in the company I'm reachable in a urgent situation. There are some people who have also my private number, but otherwise I'm out. You see, I still get some invites. There are some white invites that I didn't accept. This time is for the kids. Besides that, I'm spending most of my time in one-on-ones. I do some tech leadership. I spend time in the different product groups, and I'm spending time with product and for hiring, right? So that was my overview. That's important, right? I just said, yeah, I need to here, I need to do there. Sometimes it feels I'm spending all my time in meetings. I don't have time to work, right? I don't have time to do anything. We do have time. I had a great coach some time ago. Probably all of you know this, right? But still, it's good to remind yourself again. We get 24 hours every day. It's a great present that we actually get. And we should use it, right? If we only think about work time, we get 8 hours every day. Amazing. 8 hours. What can you do in 8 hours? You can do a lot, right? So it's actually something that I do every day, right? I remind myself, we have all this great time. We can do all those great things. If someone says, oh, I don't have time, I don't have time. No, we do have time. We just need to prioritize. Prioritization is obviously easy. No, it's not. Probably also a lot of you, or maybe some of you, know this importance urgency matrix, right? There are topics that have high urgency and high importance. Easy, we just do them, right? There are topics, low urgency, low importance. Again, easy, eliminate, just don't do it. The not so easy parts are the ones where we have low urgency and high importance, like we need a tech strategy. We need to use AI in our company, right? There are always topics where you need to do them, but they are, AI gets more urgent now with ChatGPT. Everyone's there, right? The urgency is increasing, but there are always topics that are really important and that you really want to do, but they are not urgent, so probably you won't do them. This nice picture here says we should schedule them. So for me, just scheduling didn't really help because then I have a reminder in my calendar that I move from every Friday to every Friday. And then sometimes I forget to move it and then it's out of my calendar, right? So what I do now is actually schedule with a person. With a person for whom this topic is also important. So I schedule the topic with a person for whom it's also important. If I'm in a meeting with a person for this important topic that doesn't have urgency, we will still start to work on it, right? Then there's this other strange thing, low importance, high urgency. I still spend too much time in those lower left box, yeah? this image here says, let's delegate those topics, right? We spend a lot of time in urgent, not important topics. I would even say, maybe we can eliminate some of them, right? Really think about the priorities, about the topics that you have on your schedule, on your to-do list, and eliminate as many as possible. But please talk about them. If there's someone waiting for your topic, but you eliminate it on your to-do list, tell them, this is not important for me, I will not do it. It's okay. We need to say no. So, how close do we need to be? If you started in your company as an individual contributor, right, and then you're super close to the blossoms. If you're growing to be a lead and then a lead of leads and your position changes, your role changes, you need to get farther away, right? But how far is close enough, far away enough? Trust. So for me, I had a course last year where the trainer told me, Karina, you know, you're a very controlling leader. So it's hard to hear that. I want to be close as possible, right? I want to, at least, if possible, be there at the code. But you saw I have 11 teams that I'm working with. It's not possible. So what we need is trust. We need to trust our teams. We need to trust our leads. And we need to let them fly, right? It's similar to kids. You need to let them do their first steps and maybe not look. Because if they fall, but you can't hold their hands until they are 20, right? So trust, let them go, let them fail. It's okay. Support them to get up again, support them to do it again, right? Empowerment. Give them the strength. We have a bit of time, right? Give them the strength and support them to be strong leads. One point that is important on this is make sure all the stakeholders know also that this person is the lead for the team, right? You're not the lead anymore. Don't answer questions that actually your lead should answer. Don't solve any topics that your lead should solve. It's important that we take this one step back and give the room to the people who are actually should have the ownership. So only if you take the step back, people can start taking the ownership, right? People can start taking care of the things. Doesn't matter whether you're a senior engineer and you want a junior engineer to step up, right? We need to give people space for them to take up the ownership. One more thing about space. I had one lead some time ago where I got the feedback from an engineer, having them as a lead is actually as if not having a lead at all, right? And what I didn't do, actually, for a longer time, I didn't talk to anyone in the team. I only talked to the lead. So I have the rule now for myself. How often do I talk to whom, right? I needed to structure that in my head. I needed to structure that in my calendar. I'm talking to my leads every week. I'm talking to my direct team every second week in one-on-ones. But I'm also in the dailies and retros and everything. I'm also talking to my skip level staff engineers, product owners. So the teams that don't directly report to me, I'm making sure that every week I get at least one small information, right? Like a pulse check. I know that everything is kind of okay. I don't get the information only from my team lead. Engineers from the team, some engineers still wanted to talk to me, so I have some things. What is important for me as a lead also, I want to grow my leads, I want to grow the engineers, right? Development dialogues, developing a way together how they want to grow. That's important for me. Twice a year I'm doing that. So, last part. Function of leadership is to produce more leaders, not more followers, right? We don't want to have more people who are following, because that's actually not scalable, right? And for us as engineers, scalability is a huge thing. One more thing, I added a slide. I talked to Ole actually before this call, and I wanted to make sure that we also mention psychological safety. Why? I have a lead whom I talk to a lot of times, and for him it's like delivery is the most important thing, Karina, delivery. We need to deliver. Yes, delivery is important, but how do you get to delivery, right? We need to have happy and healthy people. We need to have happy and healthy teams. And if we have happy and healthy people and happy and healthy teams, we will get delivery done. Yes, there might be some tooling issues, some process issues, but if you have the basis good, then delivery will come, right? Thanks, Ole, for this great conversation. And then second last slide, maker versus multiplayer. I wanted to bring that again because I see a lot of my engineers actually struggling with that, and also the team leads. We were all makers. We might be still makers, right? But as soon as you start to grow into a senior engineer position, think about how to be a multiplayer instead of a maker. Think about, is it really a problem that I need to solve, or is it actually a problem that someone else would learn from solving? And you can take, again, the step back, right? Support them, be there in case you're needed, but let them be the maker and you be the multiplayer, right? Stack Overflow has this developer survey every year. You probably also know this, right? So the number of engineers doubles every 5 years. Make sure we are scalable, right? Make sure we grow the engineers we need. Last slide, finally. A leader is best when people barely know he exists, or they exist. Lao Tzu was a different generation, right? Know they exist, and when their work is done, their aim is fulfilled, they will say, we did it ourselves. It's a tough challenge. We as leads don't get the praise. We don't get the great satisfaction. Yes, we solved the greatest problem ever, right? That we had as engineers. It's a bit different, but that's amazing. If the team is fine, if the delivery is fine, if everything is good, and the team thinks, yes, we did it ourselves, then you're the perfect lead. That's it. Thank you. And thanks also for the great slides by Slides Go. You might have guessed it's a metal worker slides. And I really like the pictures and the free slides. Finished.
Thank you very much, Karina. We did get a couple of questions, and we have a few minutes.
Yeah.
So, there is a question. Do you feel productive having so many meetings? Does it make you happy spending so much time in meetings?
Yes, very good question. In the beginning, I did not. I had this feeling a lot like, when can I do my work, right? I have meetings all day, I can't do my work. But I think actually my work is meetings. My work is, there's a great talk by Tanya Rayleigh, don't be the glue as an engineer, right? Glue work is actually what I think that leaders do, right? We glue everything where we see something is missing. You can only see where something is missing if you're talking to people. So the meetings is what makes my work, right?
Okay. How has your prior experience as a developer helped or hindered you in leadership?
Helped a lot because I understand my engineers. I have now more team leads than engineers, but still, right, I understand what are the problems. I could also challenge something. I can ask questions. I know where the teams struggle. I know, for example, what is important, right? I need to support the team when we talk about tech debt. Everyone knows tech debt, right? It's a tough discussion. We want to do product and feature development, and then again, we need to somehow make sure that actually our services are stable and great, and we don't have too many incidents. So this is where I can support my team because I can strengthen the technical topics that we have in the team actually, and bring or support a good discussion versus feature development.
Okay, thank you. When do you take time to reflect and process the inputs from all those meetings? How important is reflection to you?
Now the big guns. I could say I reflect when I lie next to my child in the evening and wait for them to finally sleep, right? It actually is a time where I, like calm down and think about the day and think about the events that happened. Obviously, the right answer, reflection, is super important. Without reflection, you can't learn, you can't grow. Do I take enough time for this? Probably not. But all of us wants to improve again and again, right? I'm not finished in my growth and my learning as a lead, and I think that's definitely one of the parts to improve.
Talking about further developing skills, there's a question: do you have any recommendations for specific workshops or courses to take if someone wants to improve their leadership skills?
The maker versus multiplier image I took from Pat Kua. I follow Pat Kua since he was on Twitter, and now he has this great newsletter. I think I got the 195th this week or something, so almost 200 newsletters. I really like his way of looking on engineering management and leadership. So he has also courses, maybe a bit expensive, I don't know. But at least the newsletter is free, and a lot of blog articles that he mentions I really think help to grow in leadership.
And then there's a question for you as a female role model for maybe some developers or aspiring leaders here in the audience. What challenges did you experience as a female leader, and how did you handle them?
Good question again. Is this still on camera? Yeah.
You don't have to be too specific.
So I think I had some challenges, I had some bad comments. I think everyone, independent of the gender, receives some strange comments that are not helpful, right? I had a comment in the beginning of my career from someone from a professor actually, who mentioned, yeah, I don't believe in your technical abilities, right? And I was just finished as an engineer, right? I believed in my technical abilities, he did not. That shouldn't be a problem for me, right? He wanted me as a technical assistant to organize his meetings, which was also super nice as a software engineer, right? Fresh with my diploma. No, I think there are always people who see you or who make, think you are someone just because how you look, where you're from, what is your gender. Don't let yourself be, influenced too much, right? You are you know what you can do, what you can't do. But you also saw that I'm with a great organization, Femtech Alumni e.V., so sometimes if you feel low, right, get together in a group where you get your strength, right? And Femtech for me is something like this, great tech female leaders, right? So it's where also I get my strength.
Thank you very much for sharing these insights with us and being an inspiring leader here on stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to add, I just recently read a book that's called Engineering Management for the Rest of Us, and it's written by a female leader. So if you're interested, read it. It's quite interesting.
Thank you.
So please don't forget to rate Karina's talk in the app. We're very much looking forward to award the Best Speaker Award in the afternoon. You all deserve a break now. It's time for lunch.
Yes.
Please remember, at 1:30, we will do the drone photo on the rooftop terrace. Of course, we will be telling you again. So if you want to, you can grab some lunch now and also eat upstairs. And the next talks will resume at 2 p.m. See you then. And once again, thank you, Jan and Florian. We hope you had a great lunch break. Thank you very much for joining us for the drone photo. And it is our pleasure to welcome you to our next talk here on the center stage. Our next speaker is former CTO and co-founder of T3N. And since a couple of years, he shifted his focus and is now a part-time development consultant and part-time dad. So I'm very excited to look forward to his experiences that he's going to share with us.
So please give a warm applause for Martin.
Welcome to my talk, How to Touch Business-Critical Web Applications. My name is Martin Brüggemann, and I co-founded T3N in 2005. And I left the company in 2020, and now I'm a tech coach, helping companies, big companies mostly, maintaining their complex software, building prototypes, and choosing the right tech stack. In my free time, I go riding with my road bike and do some mountaineering and running. I want to speak about what I mean with business critical. Business critical means earning money for me. And you can build a lot of software, but if it doesn't earn money, it's not business critical for me. It has to pay the bill at the end of the month. And with web applications, I mean software that runs 24/7, always. So if a customer decides to buy something on the weekend, at the weekend, he must do this. So you don't have any space to maintain it or take it down. And there are different concepts to maintain such a software. And there's this old saying, many of you will know this, never change a running system. And if we look at how this looks in reality, it looks like that. And you see at the beginning, you invest into the software, you build the software, everyone wants to get it live, and then you launch it, and you earn some money, the business model works, and then you forget it. You do another project, and it's live, so why should you put maintenance into it? And then there comes this point where everyone gets nervous, and mostly that's the time where people call me and say, hey, we have a scalability problem, or you should look at our software, we have a small problem. So, and I look at the code and, oh, okay, it's another build and forget project. So I think it's better to always improve the running system. You launch it, the beginning looks the same. You invest a lot of money and resources, you build the project, and then you put it live. And the difference is you keep a steady pace in doing maintenance. And it's not much, but you keep the software alive, you update your dependencies, and there's no crash anymore. And let's do a reality check. I'm talking to a lot of customers and friends and other developers, and I brought some statements with me. There's this statement from Sebastian who said, software often becomes legacy software as soon as it goes live. And I thought about this, and why is it like this? And another friend of mine said, legacy software earns the money. Okay. Why is it legacy software that earns the money so often? And if you think about what you're using every day, there's legacy software everywhere. Mobility providers use it, SaaS companies, your government, banks, agencies, logistic providers, and maybe your company. Are you using legacy software? Who's using legacy software? Hands up? Yeah. Oh, to be honest, I thought nobody put his hands up, but okay. It's a really honest audience. And yeah, if you want to take one learning with you today, I say never stop maintaining. And this is me on the roof of our house. Yeah, I hadn't a problem with the roof, but I thought it would be nice after 10 years to just seal it again. I had some trouble to explain it to my wife, but my idea was to be happy in the next 10 years. So yeah, I just did it. Now I want to tell you a personal story. In 2004, and yes, I'm old, my father asked me if I could build him a cheese shop. You may wonder why a cheese shop. I don't know. He was a successful consultant in the food industry, and I was studying, needed the money, so I thought, okay, I built a cheese shop. I used Typo 3 for it and built a custom extension. There was no e-commerce open source shop system back then. So yeah, I built it for him. It had some basic order management and product management in TypoScript and all that ugly stuff. And yeah, then in 2005, a large banking software company asked me if I could build them a B2B shop. And I said, yeah, why not? I have this cheese shop. Maybe I can improve it a bit, and then, okay. So it got cross-selling and B2B price calculation and such things. And they were happy. I sold it to them. Yeah. Is this the end? No. In 2005, I founded this company called T3N, or eBase, that's the company name, together with other colleagues. And yeah, we produced the magazine, the first issue. We had business success. But then someone mentioned that we don't have a shop. So you already know it. I took the old cheese shop, and yeah, 19,000 lines of code later. Some years later, it had 19,000 lines of code in one file. And the problem was just I didn't have the time to refactor it and make it nice and make it flexible. And we had all that success, so I needed to take some decisions and just, yeah, extend it in lines of code, not nice code. Yeah, and then came the point where in 2014 we had to relaunch everything. We did a complete rewrite. There was just this point where we noticed that the old store can't survive. So it took us 2 years and many painful hours to build the new project. And yeah, we had some nice things like multiple payment methods, real subscriptions. We could write invoices instead of only send out one invoice and forget it. And we used Flow for that, and it helped us a lot. We had things like message queues, event sourcing, a nice REST API, and it helped us really to grow our business and be successful. And now comes the interesting point. I looked at the website yesterday, and it's still live. It's the old store from 2014. We handled about 50 million euro order volume during the launch. And yeah, it's still based on Flow. But the software survived me. I left the company in 2020, and Yeah, that's great. But I asked me, what is the strategy? Should they put in more maintenance now, or is it a build-in forget strategy? To be honest, I don't know. But during the last years, I thought a lot about zombies. And maybe that's a bit crazy for you, but many of you build complex software, and it's always hard to handle your zombies. And I show you a zombie. It's this one. It's a legacy zombie. And you have it everywhere in your old unmaintained software. And the thing is, there are small zombies. Maybe if you only some front-end stack dependency updates, that's no problem. But if you have a critical business software and you don't put maintenance time in it, it can get a serious problem. And I lost a lot of lifetime explaining these serious problems to my co-founders and other stakeholders. And what I noticed is they don't see the zombies. And this is the same view for a non-technical person. And to show the dramatic of this situation, I show you my view. And you think it's shortly before the end. And that's an interesting question. How can we fix such a project if everything is shortly before the crash? And I will show you my top 5 learnings. And I think the main thing is not a technical thing. You have to plan with maintenance in mind. And that means if you are talking to your co-founders, your stakeholders, your leaders, most companies, everyone just plans feature sprints, launching products, making the customer happy, but you don't have these maintenance phases where you just block time for fixing things or improving things, keeping your business model healthy. No one says at a board meeting, hey, I want this week where we all have the time to fix our currently working projects. But you should do. And another thing is we don't throw things away. I don't know, when was the last time when you throw something away? A feature that didn't work? Last month? Who threw something away from life during the last month because it didn't work? Ooh. How did you explain it to your CEO? Okay. I think that's the long-term goal, keeping the software lean, removing things that don't work or that aren't efficient, and saving some time for, having time for the real problems and the cool features that earn the money. The second learning, know your zombies. I meet a lot of companies that say, oh, we have these problems and that problem and all that stuff. But I think it's really important to do your homework and make a prioritized list and talk about the main top 5 topics and only focus on that. In many companies I'm working with, they have so much problems, and it's really hard to keep focus, to stay focused. Yeah, and also use all the possibilities in monitoring and tracing, for example. When you are working with PHP, there's this wonderful Tideways product, for example. I don't have any shares, so but I forgot it, and now I'm working in a project where it saves a lot of time. Yeah, and the test thing is also worth a look. I'm not the biggest unit test writer like Carsten, for example, but I think there's an enormous power in just writing some E2E tests and test the business value of the product. So there's no excuse for not writing tests anymore. There are frameworks like Cypress or Playwright where even junior programmers can build really good tests. Yeah, number 3 learning. I spend a lot of time using MCEdit in, and fixing things over SSH connections on the live system. Yeah, and I see this still today. So it would be better to have some basic workflows, basic security fixes, and roles. And it's always a problem. Even you can communicate roles to your employees and everything, but if the CTO opens the PHP myadmin and copies the live database, then it's not leading by example. So yeah, sometimes it's hard, but you should use the best practices for yourself too. And I'm a big fan of supportive layers. Even if the software is bad, you can put many things around. And for example, you could put varnish in front, or do some rate limiting with Nginx, some reverse proxy cache, or that helps a lot in most cases. And I got to love proxy SQL. I don't know if you know it. You can cache specific SQL requests that bring the website down, for example, when you are in TV or something like that. Yeah, and I'm always surprised how few people know all the features the HTTP protocol has. For example, you can save bandwidth by using the 304 not modified header, and skip downloading or transferring big files over and over again. Then there's number 5. Management people like to do these big bang relaunches, or we solve the problem in one big shot. But I don't believe in that, and I tried. So, in most cases, it doesn't make sense. So I would really, it's always better to do some small steps and stay focused on only some tasks. And don't try to be perfect, because sometimes you start to fix something and then you see another problem and you try to solve this too, and that's the start of the end. So. And I have a bonus learning with me. That's product management. You can see 2 lines, and most companies just have the delivery line. And that's the first thing I ask my customers: do you have real product management? Most customers say yes. And then I ask some more questions, and what they do is just project management. They write issues and they implement it, and then they look at it and see, they don't work. Okay, let's just build another feature. But you can save a lot of money if you do this product discovery thing right and have a dedicated product manager who thinks about features before implementing it. And that was a hard learning for us, but I set up the product management at T3N, for example, and hired the first product manager, and this was a real game changer. So, and then there's this bonus slide for your CEO, or if you are the CEO, that's for you. You can print it out. I put some nice graphs on it. So you can see on the left side, your revenue goes down. Not good. Your bonus is at risk. I wouldn't do that. And on the other side, the revenue goes up, and everyone is happy. And sometimes it's just that simple. So in our world today, you're searching developers, you want happy employees, and yeah, it's not just about saving maintenance costs. And to summarize it all, if you go home now, or today, and what should you keep in mind? Yeah, build and forget is an outdated strategy. You shouldn't use it anymore. And maybe you're inspired now to just talk to your customers. When they pay you to build something, think at selling them maintenance on top. And maybe you can use my slide from the CEO perspective and give it to them. Yeah, and that's the funny part. If you do continuous maintenance, it's even cheap. It's cheaper than the other style. So, but it's hard to communicate. So, yeah, even from a business perspective, it makes sense. And my number one learning is block maintenance slots for everything. For every working product that earns you the money, never stop maintaining. Know your legacy zombies, that's another thing. And yeah, use all that modern tooling, even if your software stack is legacy. For example, you can use PHP 7 with Docker. I know that. Yeah, and start with small steps. Yeah, I think that's a good comparison. Building software is like many marathons and not sprinting and building features. And just keep a steady pace and invest in continuous maintenance. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Martin, for these insights. We do have a few questions.
Yes.
If you still have some questions, please submit them via the app, and we do have time to talk to Martin.
So the most important question at first, I guess, what happened to the cheese shop?
Oh, I have plans to rebuild it. No. My father sold the whole company again after I built the shop, and now he's living in Costa Rica. But not, I'm unsure if it is based on the cheese shop price, don't know.
So how do I convince my CEO to invest in maintenance? Any tips?
Yeah, the main thing is it's cheaper in the long run. So it's all about money, and CEOs got that right. And if you show them the graphs, I think he will understand it. Or
I see a pattern here. I think it was a similar answer with the rockets, where they said, yeah, you have to invest money, because if you wait too long, it blows up. Yeah?
It will disintegrate,
Yeah.
was it? So is there a difference between tech debt and maintenance?
Tech debt is the problem. I didn't mention the term, but it's the same, yes. You have some legacy zombies, that's tech debt. And maintenance is fixing these things.
So I guess I have a last question. Did you come to Berlin by bike? To start with important
No,
questions.
I thought about that, but I have another event this weekend. I go mountaineering with my little sister. Yeah, and so it would have taken too long, but I'm planning to do a trip through Germany from Flensburg to Garmisch this year, and I think that's enough.
I have one more question.
Oh, go on.
Martin, you mentioned that maintenance blocks should be planned in the regular development cycles. Do you have an idea, a percentage of time compared to feature development? Any experiences you have there?
I know CEOs love KPIs,
Yes.
but that totally depends on your team size and strategic plans. If you want to shift your whole business model, maybe you do a bit less maintenance phases, but if you continue growing your current business model, I would say something like maybe every month, at the end of the month, we just do maintenance for 1 week or such things. But you can have plans. You also have to act according to your plans. And that's also something I see. Many companies have good ideas, but then the customer calls and says, "Oh, we have this new money for you, please do this." So, and then you need to have a good leadership team that handles this.
Have you seen any examples where that was done very well, where you saw a software project where maintenance was handled in a very good way?
Yes. There's the king way of not needing maintenance blocks, but this is 1% of all tech companies, and you just have a continuous release cycle and everything is covered by tests. Then you don't need maintenance blocks, but I didn't mention this here because I don't think we have companies here, but maybe some real SaaS product companies do it like that, Spotify maybe, but I know some people at Spotify, they have other problems.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. Please do rate Martin's talk in the app so that it's not too long until we will award the Best Speaker Award. So thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Next up, there we go. Here on center stage at 3 p.m., we will have Florian talking about sustainability meets software development. And on the studio stage, up on the rooftop, Christopher will talk about near CMS and headless with Next.js with practical examples. So enjoy your break and see you back at 3. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the next talk. Yesterday, I already introduced a talk with a similar topic where the focus was on sustainability. And I already mentioned that it is a topic that is causing quite a lot of discussions. And for us at Sandstorm, we have been discussing this topic for a few years now. But in the last 1.5 years, we started thinking about sustainability not just from a carbon emissions point of view, but we also started to ask ourselves, what does sustainability mean for software development? And now I'm very happy that my colleague agreed to hold this talk here at NEOS conference. So please welcome on stage with me, Florian.
So, hello. It's really nice being on the big stage again. So the last time I announced the NEOS brand together with Robert, that it was a long, long time ago. So I'm really excited to talk about a topic that is really dear to us. So Tobias already introduced myself. So maybe you see these two guys up there. So that's me and my evil twin. Thank you, Fabian, for being such a great Photoshop wizard. Yeah. So at Sandstorm, we specialize in custom software development. We do a lot of consulting. We also create technical concepts, and we offer trainings. And we also create software for different industries, so we can look into different industries and profit from that. We also develop our own products. For example, we recently published a data protection compliant Google Maps alternative. And we obviously love open source, and we are strongly rooted in the NEOS community. And I was a little bit tired yesterday because normally I would be hitting the dance floor, and I'm sorry for not doing so. It feels sacrilegious for me. Maybe next time I'm a little bit more into partying. So why am I standing here today? So Tobias already mentioned in 2018 we asked ourselves what the goal is that we want to achieve in 10 years. So we worked on a 10 years goal, and in 10 years we want to be cracking the hard nuts in projects that leave a positive impact. So in other words, we are looking for challenging projects that leave a positive dent in the universe. And now what does this goal mean for our projects or for my daily life as a developer? And is it about writing clean code, or is it about profiling? Is it about testing? Is it about reducing the carbon footprint of the applications we ship? And what does sustainability actually mean to us? And to answer these questions, we looked at the Sustainable Development Goals. Who of you knows these? Okay, so they have been published by the UN, and they are political goals to ensure a sustainable economic, social, and ecological development over the next years, so that we can still keep our planet, and work with our resources we have. But what does these actually have to do with software development? And there's a really interesting analysis on how new technologies and materials and IT can support these goals I just showed you. And you see some examples here. On the left side, you see the SDGs with the highest number of present-day fourth industrial evolution applications, and on the right side, you see the Sustainable Development Goals with the lowest number. And at the bottom, you have some examples on what for the fourth industrial revolution is all about. So it's about big data platforms, AI, blockchain, and it's all centered around technology, and it's also centered around software solutions. So as an agency developing software, we ask ourselves what makes our software sustainable. And one important question, or the most important question for me, is always, what is the purpose of our software? So what added value do we generate? What added value do we generate for society? And I brought some examples of some example projects. For example, this is a Zündstoffe platform. It allows organizations to donate material that would otherwise be disposed. So the material can then later be picked up by theaters, daycares, artists for free, and then the material is not thrown away. And a pretty nice example to illustrate this is, for example, you have a company that is producing tape, and they change their product line, so the first tapes that come off that line, they will be cut in the wrong dimension, so they will be too narrow until the machines are dialed in. And in the past, or in general in industry, these things will be thrown away because they don't meet quality standards. And that's a crazy thing, because I personally do not care if I use a tape that's 1 millimeter too small. But that's the reality right now. And I think that as a developer, we can support organizations, and in this case, it's a Verein, an association, and help them with these kinds of solutions. And this software also helps to strengthen the local circular economy. Tech stack here is Symfony with API platform and a React client and a GraphQL API. So for me, that was also a really interesting project because I had to first use API platform. I used API platform for the first time, and you can really quickly create these kinds of platforms. Another example from the Neos world. This is a homepage builder based on Neos for organic farms with a shop integration. And we currently have 59 Neos instances running that can be themed, customized, and that are automatically provisioned. And this is a big strength of Neos. So if you have like an industry where you also have the domain knowledge, it can be a good idea to provide such a product. And the last example is an app development. This is the SolarWatt Home app, and it allows you to manage energy production and consumption of your house, and also for installed photovoltaic modules. And if you have a heat pump, you can also see all the values in the app. The tech stack is right now is Flutter, and we also implemented the Go proxy. The funny thing is that we also implemented the app before that app, and it was written in React Native. And it's a really big difference between the old and the new app, because with Flutter we can utilize hardware more efficiently, and it's faster. And yeah, also a nice project. So I'm currently on that project. It's a lot of fun. These were examples of projects that directly contribute to the SDGs, but there might be projects that do not look sustainable at the first glance. Let's make a quick example here. Let's say I want to manage my fleet. Then I could say I want to measure my carbon footprint, and there are already standard solutions out there that do it. And why would I want to measure my carbon footprint? Well, maybe to compensate for the use of the cars. But I could also say that, that I want to reduce my carbon footprint, maybe by proposing not giving out a car, but maybe giving out a connection via public transportation. And then I can slowly but surely reduce the number of cars in my fleet. So I think for me personally, it's also about challenging requirements if we are starting a project, and especially also trying to consider all aspects of sustainability, not only thinking about the carbon footprint, but maybe also thinking about the sustainable development goals I showed you earlier. There's another nice example from our daily work. So for us, we identified accessibility as a topic to start challenging requirements if we start a new project. And that means that we start calculating all of our offers with a non-optional accessibility optimizations. And additionally to that, we also offer like a package where there's more optimization. And this is a great way to start a discussion with the customer about accessibility, because at some point we have to talk about this. It's in the paper, and the customer will eventually ask what this is, and we have to explain. Yes, so that is something we are experimenting right now with. So if we're talking about software, and we also talk about digital transformation, and software solutions are always a great way to support the digital transformation and maybe actually improve something. But in the end, you might end up with no improvement at all, because you just copied a bad analog process and just made it digital. So it's not only about writing a software, it's also about changing the process around it. And in the best case, you might end up with a solution that does not require any digital solution at all. But if we're talking about actually programming something, or transferring the requirements into code, we also should talk about demand demand-driven solutions. So we should focus on functionality that is actually used and solves the real problem. And for that topic, scope creep is like your biggest enemy, because you will have a function creep. So more functionality will eventually make it into the software, and this will eventually also involve more infrastructure. And in the end, the footprint will be worse. On the pro side, you have a less complex software. It's more stable, easier to maintain. You can ship features faster. You all know that. And it's also more fun to develop, and that's also a really important part for us when talking about sustainability in software development. I as a developer want to have some kind of fun when creating digital solutions. And it's also economically more sustainable because it costs less and it's easier to add new features. And when we talk about demand-driven solutions, we should be able to integrate the knowledge we gain during a process, and we should also be able to deviate from the original goal because we learn something while doing a project, and that also requires a project management methodology that allows for that. And I guess you all use some kind of lean, agile project management methodology in your project. So that's also, sustainability can be an argument for agile software development too. So that once we have our requirements straight, then we don't start implementing yet because we often need some kind of design. And for me in the past, sustainable design was primarily tied to physical objects, to products, and maybe to industrial design. But it can also be applied to screen design, and I try to give some examples here. This is a really extreme one. There's like the concept of low impact design, and this is not a project by us, but it's a rather extreme example. So on the left side, you have a version of the shop where they do not provide any pictures of products, they only provide vector images. And in the end, you do not have to do any optimization of images at all because this is going to have the smallest footprint possible. And they also let the user choose if they want the low impact version or the lesser, the other version with the images. Yes. When thinking about low impact design, you should also avoid using video embeds, and you can also try using system font stacks rather than relying on web fonts, and that's always something where you have to talk to the customer if they really need their, I don't know, the web font, or if they are fine by using Helvetica maybe, I don't know. But that's also something you can challenge. And this is maybe an example. This is a project of us. If you need real images, that general style can have an impact on how well they can be optimized. So that's, again, a question of design. You can consider using less detailed pictures, especially above the fold, because they can be optimized more easily. And if you do not have an optimized design, there's still a couple of things you can do. You can use modern image formats like WebP, image variants. You can lazy load images. And there are packages for that for Neos. For example, Zeitgeist Kaleidoscope, who helps you with that. And topping it off, you can also provide a low-impact version of your web page and let the user choose what kind of version they want to use. And we have been experimenting a little bit on the last retreat. So if you have questions, you can ask Leonard. He brought up that idea. He's sitting back there and taking care of the live streaming. So what you see is we are using video embeds. We are using detailed images, and we still wanted the user to decide if they want to see all that. So we have an eco mode, which switches off all embeds, all images, and then the user can decide what image he wants to see or he or she wants to see. It's also very important that the editor provides meaningful alt text for this to work. And now you can start navigating the page and you will stay in this mode. And after hearing the talk of Max, it would be also nice to maybe show how many carbon is maybe reduced by using this eco mode, so the user can decide. Yes. Okay, that was like a real-world example. So let's talk about sustainable design and talk about accessibility. Accessibility is the practice of making information, activities more usable for as many people as possible. And I brought another example. This is a learning platform for the TU Dortmund we implemented, and it's a digital learning platform developed to provide prospective teachers with practical experiences and opportunities for self-reflection using video-based case studies and specific subject-related didactic questions. So we basically implemented video editing in the browser. So what happens is the students get a video and then they get exercises and they have to cut the video and rearrange it to create a more didactic, more valuable situation. They also can annotate videos and yeah. And the TU Dortmund is also a public client, so they have, so accessibility is required. And with video editing, this can get really complex. And we also made some mistakes, but this is also a great way to learn. So the biggest learnings is that accessibility must be part of the UI and UX design process. And that is not something that you can easily add later in this kind of project, because you will end up with different kind of navigation patterns if you are optimizing, for example, for keyboard usage. So everything has to be reachable with the keyboard. Information have to be structured differently so that somebody with a screen reader can navigate with ease. Another important learning is that so we got direct feedback from people that actually use assistive technologies on a daily basis, and this was really valuable because I can because I can read all these guidelines and do my best trying to implement them. And I also used a screen reader in the past. But for me, it's really hard to pinpoint what the highest priority should be here in real life. So what we really need is feedback of people and developers that are directly affected and therefore know what they are talking about. Yeah. Okay, but we can still do a lot of things to improve that. So we as an agency have some kind of NEOS Kickstarter projects because we do not start from scratch for each project. So what we did is in the last weeks we optimized our components for keyboard navigation, and these features will be just available in future projects, and future projects will benefit from that. And the next thing now would be to get somebody to audit this who actually knows what he's talking about. So that would be great if we could do that as a next step. So I touched on some topics. I said that I wanted to concentrate on the things that go beyond the carbon footprint, but I also got into coding a little bit. So let's talk about a little bit more about coding. We have some best practices that I can read them out, but we have documented them in a Git repository, so you can also read there and contribute. And I want to pick out some topics to briefly talk about because I think they're pretty interesting, at least to me. So, for example, we can look at programming languages in general, and there are some studies that show, for example, energy consumption of some programming languages. And we have PHP here, and Go, and then we have C. And what we see is that Go uses 3 times the energy, and PHP like 30 times the energy. And interesting enough, the Neos documentation suggests, for example, to use Redis for caching for bigger instances of Neos. Redis is written in C, for example, to be more efficient with its resources. And the same can also be applied to our own code or our own solutions we create. Jetzt habe ich zu weit gegangen. Okay. As an example, we created a mailer once using Neos, so you could create your newsletter in Neos, and we wanted to be able to send out thousands of emails in a really short amount of time. And we did not use PHP for that. We used a little Go application that does it for us because it's more efficient with this kind of work. And while speaking about emails, I recently got an email. I'm in the van life community, and I ordered like a little toilet, a composting toilet from a new and hip company, and they asked me after like 1 month if I still wanted to receive the newsletter. And they had a button in there, so if you don't press that button, we won't send you any emails anymore, and I think that's a really sustainable way of preventing useless emails from being sent, because right now I always have to click if I don't want the newsletter anymore. So I think that's an interesting, also an interesting thing on how to reduce like the infrastructure being used to send out emails. Okay. So performance is great, but even badly written code can result in a performant application, because we have the power of scalability, and we can mitigate bad performance by upscaling either vertically or horizontally. And Max already also illustrated that in his talk yesterday. So we have to keep scalability in mind when designing applications, but I think the first goal should be to not having to scale at all. And this always depends on your architecture, on the language you use, on your frameworks, on the libraries, and on your own code. And I have again an example. We use GitLab, and sure, we also use pipelines to build our projects. And we have grown as a company and have more projects. And so we decided to activate autoscaling in GitLab to be able to have the pipelines run through faster. But we could have also looked into the actual configuration of the pipeline. And last week, I took a look at the one project I showed you. And there are some config options that prevent unnecessary runs of pipelines. So there is an interruptible flag. So if you push new commits, an old pipeline will be stopped. So that was all fine, was configured the right way. But what I did not configure in the pipeline was that tests were running even if the code did not change that they test. So we have front-end tests and server tests, and you can also do that in your pipeline. And if you, so you should maybe, or we should maybe think about also looking in other projects if the pipeline are configured correctly, and if then we need autoscaling, sure, then we probably need autoscaling. Okay, and the last topic that is, for me, interesting is the circle of build, measure, learn, because if we try to improve something, for example, trying to reduce the carbon footprint, we should also try to measure that. And currently it's pretty hard, or maybe not, to measure energy directly. It's easier to just maybe profile your application. And in the past, I tended to profiling. I only used profiling if the application felt slow. But maybe we should or I should start profiling if the application feels fast, because it can be even faster and more efficient. And we are also experimenting with different kind of measuring techniques. So we have started a software quality dashboard where we aggregate KPIs for static code analysis, and we are also trying to get the Lighthouse scores, and we're trying that want to do that on a regular basis. So this is also on the to-do list. We want to integrate Peli into that to have automated accessibility testing. Yeah, and ultimately, I personally want to have pipelines fail if we have regressions and if the scores go down. So we are forced ourselves to fix that. Now, these were some more technical aspects about sustainable software development, and I want to sum up a little bit here. So the last 5 years have been quite a journey for me. Starting with sustainability feels more like a buzzword that everybody puts on their products, to sustainability in software development is all about reducing your carbon footprint, and today I was giving you a totally different talk on that subject. So there's much more to sustainable software development than just the footprint, and I'm pretty sure I'm still missing a lot of aspects here, but that's okay, because I'm still learning and I have to start somewhere, and I should also focus, or we should focus on things that are important to us and take the first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florian. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. If you do have further questions, send them along. What I can already see here, what I think is really nice, that we're starting to share these kind of information with each other. So here's one, it's not a question, it's a information. So someone shared a link with us. They said it's worth looking at solar.lowtechmagazine.com/aboutyou. I don't have any further information what that is about, so
I'll check it out.
probably
Yes.
in the context of your presentation,
I think so.
something to look at. Another information from the audience. There is an accessibility tester linter called Xdebug that can be integrated into CI and provides first hints for accessibility testing.
Yep.
So integrating that as part of our development process, as you showed us with the CI tools that we integrated at Sandstorm. Share those information. Yeah? We as developers, we can really make a difference here. So thank you very much for sharing. A question that we got, that is for you, is do you actively look for sustainable projects, or do people ask you to do them, or do we start them ourselves?
I would say that is an interesting question. I would say all, because once we started creating the 10 years goal, we also started networking into that direction. We went to talks. We also support other projects with a reduced hourly rate, for example. And we also apply for Ausschreibungen. I don't have the word right now, but we also look for these kinds of projects. And it's a coherent picture, so a new customer, they see that we kind of are into that topic, and it's not just greenwashing, and then they tend to choose us maybe over somebody else.
All right, thank you. And here's also a fun one. As we are halfway to 2028, to our 10-year goal, what was the best achievement so far for you?
So for me, I'm also co-founder, so I always worried about will it be economically sustainable, and we are half-time right now, and we 50% of our revenue comes from these kind of purpose projects that I showed you. I did not believe that we will be there that fast, so that is something that for me is, so I don't have sleepless nights because we kind of have some transformation going on at Sandstrom.
And here's a fun one. What happens after 2028?
I don't know. I guess we'll sit together again for 4 days and think about what the next big thing will be for us. So, yeah, nichts ist so beständig wie die Veränderung. You know what I mean.
All right. Florian, thank you very, very much for sharing these insights with us. If you have any further questions, you know how he looks, so you can approach him directly. Please rate Florian's talk so that he still has a chance for the Best Talk Award. I had a glimpse at the trophy, and you want that trophy. All right, Florian, thank you very much. Next up at 4 p.m. will be Investing into the Future of NEOS, a conversation between Robert, Anke, and Christian here on stage. So please join us again at 4 p.m. here on the center stage. There will not be a parallel talk on the studio stage, no, so please come back here to the center stage. Thank you. Jan, Florian, stage is yours. What an amazing performance. What an amazing performance. Thank you, Florian. Thank you, Jan. This song was specifically composed and written for NEOS Conference 2023, and I hope you enjoyed it. It's been 2 wonderful days, and the finishing talk today will be a conversation between Robert, Anke, and Christian. And for any questions those 3 have to the audience, I will be walking around with a microphone. So please welcome on stage Robert, Anke, and Christian with their talk, Investing into the Future of NEOS.
Thank you, Tobias. Thank you, Tobias. Yeah, we'll take cozy seating here, like you do. I hope you're fine. It's great to have so many in the last session of this conference here. It's great that you stay until the end. So the plan for this is that we have a little conversation, us, but maybe also with you, about how such an open source project works and how investing into that project is done. Maybe we can even compare it to other projects as far as we have insights into. So, yeah, what we want to find out is actually where are all these little features are made. Yeah, where do the little features come from? How do we tackle maintenance zombies, as we've learned today, right?
Christmas bakery, that's where they come from.
Christmas bakery.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the features.
Yeah,
the little elves.
Maybe, what do you think, Christian? How is an open source project different from a company? Do you have any thoughts about that? It's basically we're creating a product and we're selling it for free and...
Kinda, right? But then there's so many differences, starting with leadership. Obviously, there's a lot of different initiatives for actual companies to have less leadership and a flat structure and different kinds of organizational variants that resemble maybe open source projects sometimes. But I still feel that the way, especially in the NEOS team, because that's where I am, so I can't talk about many other teams, but how we take decisions and how we go forward is kind of different to a company. And also, in any format a company has, in the end, they need to earn money, and we don't, in a way. So if we make an experiment and it doesn't work out, it's fine for us. So we can always take that risk compared to a company that might need to decide if the risk is worth the reward, which we...
So that means because there's no money involved, we have no risk and can just experiment as we're lying?
No, I mean, people can burn out, and there's obviously there's a risk involved in trying something, but it's not a monetary risk that will kill the company or something. But if someone is totally invested in an idea and wants to try it, why not? I mean, that's perfectly fine in a project like ours, I guess.
Well, I mean, what's the typical motivation for working for free in a company which sells its product for free? So what is a typical motivation you know from open source history?
I think we in the NEOS team have talked about this a lot of times in different scenarios and at different events, and it often boils down to, first of all, learning something new, because you have the opportunity and freedom to have, on the one hand, a complex real-world project that is not your blog post example, but on the other hand, the possibility to really go in and convince other people of a new idea and implement it the way you want it to. I think a good example from the past is our current React backend. That was a project of passion from some people that came up with it and said, look, we have this prototype. We think it's already kind of better than what we have now on the actual NEOS release. So what do you think? Should we, pursue this idea? And this is something I think that's unique to open source projects.
Now I remember that term which Casper coined in the Typo 3 community back then, which was self-igniting fireworks. I think that describes it very well, because the idea is that someone who contributes or possibly contributes to an open source project needs a certain trigger, like some fuel, some ignite, but then hopefully it can be a self-igniting firework at some point. So if there's motivation, intrinsic motivation, that could happen. What was the motivation for you, Anke, to contribute to NEOS? Do you remember that? How, when you look at the beginning, which is not so long ago, actually.
Yeah. It's kind of difficult to define what was the start of the contribution. Last year, I was here for the first time hosting the NEOSCon, and the motivation to say yes was actually, okay, it's a super situation to try if I can do this. I never have done, never hosted such an event, and I thought, okay, why not? Where else would I get good feedback and can try this out for me? And then I joined the sprint in October, I guess. And that motivation was more like, okay, I've been asked 3 times. I've planned to join a sprint in 2019 or 2020. But we all know, okay, this sprint never happened, sadly.
Yes.
So I said, okay, I go there. I wanted to, know how far it was with NEOS 9, because we thought about starting a project with NEOS 9 instead of using NEOS 8. And I thought, okay, where else could I get the best input if this was advisable or not?
Yeah, so you were curious about how this works inside and how far they got.
Yes.
So okay. And then you were invited to the team. How was that? I mean, what happened there? Which impression made that on you?
I was...
You were not surprised, were you?
Totally surprised. Because it basically, I thought, okay, that was my first sprint, why? I remember I happened to steal Toby's hosting of your team retro. I'm quite used to have retros with our team. So, and it happens that I do this. If I think a meeting isn't going in a certain way. So,
I remember that you had a certain, you've been part of that sprint, yes. And I remember that you watched us, how we talked to each other and how we were discussing certain problems. And I could see in your face, I know this is where their problems is. They don't know yet, and then you were watching, and then you said, you know what? Let me tell you something. So and I think that was your first contribution, which I recognized, and it was not code. So that's nice. So what was your first impression of the NEOS team now that you saw it without makeup, from inside?
The first impression was at the sprint. I felt very welcome. Okay. And I thought, okay, those guys I meet there, they are exactly like the guys I meet at work.
Is that a good sign?
Yes.
Okay.
They know, they promised they would be good at punts, but they disappointed a bit in the last couple of months. But I think they made up in the last days. A bit. Could be better. And then it was like, okay, what should I know if I am in the team? Is there an onboarding process? Who does that? Is this distributed on different persons? Do we have to revisit that because of the pandemic? I guess it was difficult or different because I had the same or an equal problem or at our company to onboard someone remotely. It's completely different if you have him or her on site and can walk through processes, or we use this and you need this login, and that's way easier if you're seeing each other face to face. And I guess it was different before the pandemic to onboard new team members.
The onboarding process, yeah. We do have some like technical steps how to onboard someone. Like, for example, if you didn't know, any team member in the NEOS team has access to everything, full access. We don't have any kind of roles or something. So the first thing you get is access to an internal chat in Slack, which we only use in very, very rare cases, and that is usually for welcoming a new team member. But we try to communicate outside Slack anything else. So it usually happens when someone discusses something team-related in that internal chat, and then someone steps up like, wait, why isn't that publicly discussed, and so on? So that's the first thing you get, access to that Slack, and then one password, and then you have access to everything, and that's our onboarding, right?
There's quite a long list you have to step through.
Yeah, you get your email address and so on. But
I
you don't get showed around, right?
I even wrote you a letter for...
I got a letter.
It was before Christmas, and I haven't got an email yet. And I thought, okay, I've asked one time, 2 times, what do I do now? Okay, I write a Christmas letter to Santa Claus, and Robert answered. So I guess we all know now who Santa Claus is.
I think it's Carsten, because Carsten wears that red clothes today.
I guess part of that is on me. Like, we have an onboarding process list somewhere, but way back when I created that list, I was good at sitting down with people and getting them through the steps and getting them set up. But then Corona happened, obviously, and as you said, the remote onboarding. And I'm not good with processes. I'm good with sitting down with people. So I neglected the list. So we actually didn't have as Mimi would say, if you're still here, an automated onboarding process that is future-proof.
But we're humans after all.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, but do you think it's difficult to, if you really want to become part of the NEOS team, is that difficult?
I guess
no
not.
Or no?
No.
No, it's
I guess
there are
not.
no real. Yeah, I mean, you have to. Yeah, give
to,
yourself a little kick, and then it's probably
way
very
back,
easy.
you had to be on 3 sprints and walk over slackline and burning rings of fire and stuff.
Yes, the usual stuff. Okay, so let's say someone is a team member. So how does the daily work in the NEOS team work? I mean, we all get up at 4 o'clock, and then we need to do our duties, right? Like kitchen duties we have, and so on. No, but we have that regular team meetings. Currently, we have to say we're struggling a bit after the pandemic, because there are online meetings. We have weekly online meetings, and it seems like all these remote meetings drew the energy from people, so it's like, oh, another online meeting. We're working a bit on that, but let's rather focus on working on NEOS, on ideas for NEOS, and so on. So let's say I want to add something, remove something, change something. So Christian, how are decisions taken in the NEOS team?
Very, very differently, I guess. But we have, since ages, there is this unwritten rule of 3 people from the team decide something, and that's the decision made. And we have always worked well with that, I guess. Like if 3 people are in a video meeting or meet at a sprint and they figure something out after discussing it, it usually works for most of the team. I think that's also due to how we choose the team members. So that's one thing. But obviously,
but Christian, we also need a reboarding process, I think. And I need to refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Bastian wrote that very, very long.
That's true.
Yeah. We have a process for decision making, which seems to be forgotten. But we have.
But when did we last use it? That's the point.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But the idea is very nice. The idea is, no, we did that. We actually used that in the past.
Yeah,
but
of course.
The idea is that everyone is free to take decisions, and we had the 2 categories. One is which impact does a decision make on the project in total, and how easy is it to revert the decision. So if you have, in that square have hardly any impact and easy to revert, you can just do that. And if it's very difficult to revert and has a high impact, we have a decision process, which means we need to ask in our forum publicly and vote and so on. So that's the basic idea. But I think, as you said, like roughly 3 people agree. Yes, it's not like a central committee you need to ask.
But I think it shows that we don't often use that process and still get decisions done. Yeah. I think that's a good sign, because the process is obviously there to get us out of problems where it's unclear how we go forward, and to have a rough framework of agreement like this. It's easily to revert, and it's a small change. It's a good basis for taking decisions, but that we never talk about this process and never use the bigger steps of it, like the ones where we actually need to vote on something, shows that I think most decisions we take organically.
Yeah. So whoever wants to answer that, even if you in the audience, if you want to say something, you can also raise your hand. We have a microphone being carried by the friendly Tobias ghost. So, what I'd like to focus on is, like, obviously the open source project is not a company. So it's not financed by projects which are coming in. We have a few income from our sponsors, obviously, but that is hardly used for development. So we use that. We have a little budget, and if I say a little budget, compared to anything you do in your companies, it's a very little budget, which we use typically for things like compensation for release management, which is a task which is really hard. And so just as a little acknowledgement, we have something like that. And also as a little security net, for example, for a conference or something like that. But if we remove that, so what is the engine driving that product ahead? I mean, it looks a bit like it's coincidence what's happening, and isn't that very risky for a company like using NEOS? And who knows when the engine stops, and or how can we? What's your impression? I mean, Anke, is that a topic in your company where you think, how safe is it to use an open source solution, or do you have confidence that it will end up right in the end?
I would say it depends who you ask.
Yeah.
Because I would say yes, of course, it has a future. And I'd like to be part of that. And so I'm here now and contributing, and I can do that in my working hours. So that's also a part of contributing. And
but what's the benefit for you or your company to contribute, whatever it is?
I've talked about the inside knowledge that you get.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been learning NEOS. I've worked before with Typo 3. So I knew NEOS for a long time, didn't use it. And I get some new perspectives from other companies, freelancing people. They have other projects that I don't have. So you work on things and discuss something and say, okay, I need this feature, or I don't know, we should think about this situation and don't forget that this is a common use case and not a special one, and that's, I think, very valuable. We had our apprentice on the sprint in Dresden, and I think he got very, very very good impression of working on such a project, and
You get
asked
that
him,
insider knowledge.
yes, and I asked him, okay, what would you do differently if you go to a sprint the next time? And he said, okay, I would have worked on a working NEOS installation beforehand and have maybe some idea what I would work on, maybe a bug, an issue that I found, and so on. And asked people how to start with this issue.
Yeah, I see. So if you're in the position to decide if someone in your company can go to a NEOS sprint, there's really lots of benefits for that. On the one hand, as you see, you get insider knowledge, but also it's, of course, a nice, or usually a nice experience for that person who's allowed to go there. I haven't heard from any company sending someone to that sprint that it didn't pay out in the end somehow. So, but there are other ways to contribute as a company, of course. For example, you can create packages and maintain open source packages based on NEOS. So that helps the community, of course. Who created and published any package for NEOS? Yeah, that's quite a bit. Very nice. It's really important. And if it's only one package, but you dedicate yourself to maintaining that, documenting it nicely, that helps a lot, of course, for the ecosystem. And the other thing is contributing something which helps us improving the NEOS core. So who saw in one project or more an opportunity to contribute core code or financially or by contributing themselves? Like who made that possible in one of their projects? Yeah. So let's see. Tobias, could you go to these two guys up there? They're from Berlin, this Jürgen and Stefan. Whoever wants to talk from you. I'd love to ask you, why? Why? I mean, you could have just say, yeah, you know, just add that, or I don't know, we created an extension we only use in our project, but how did you have to convince someone to contribute something to the NEOS core? I mean, that's even for your competitors. They can also use that functionality, you know?
Yeah, well, so the first thing we thought about it is pretty nice if we could give back something to NEOS because we profit of it as a company a lot. So that was one idea. And the other thing is, so we had this one package, I think it's called command migrations, which we used. And I think Bastian and some people developed it, and we thought, well, that might be useful for also other teams, other developers, and maybe if it's broadly shared, there can be more features around that. Yeah. So that was the idea.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. That's really nice. So anybody else who sees like a certain benefit which hasn't been said for contributing a package or to the Neos core, who would like to say something? No? Carsten? for your customers, yeah.
I mean, maybe it's obvious, but it's related to this question of, does this have a future? Whether it is a commercial product or not, you can, if you just sit back, you put the fate into the hands of others. And with a commercial product, it could just happen that the company that does that thing that you use just, sells or ceases to exist. The same thing can happen. I mean, an open source project can cease to exist, but it's a lot harder if you are actively part of maintaining it. So it's actually a way to ensure that future that you need for that product. So it's just, I mean, it should be an easy thing to decide.
It should be, yes. Yeah, it's also, yeah, you want to say something?
I can share something.
Oh, Tobias.
Yeah. I'm a CEO of a company, and
yeah.
I have these discussions with our customers, and what I'm saying is, every time we install Neos updates for you, someone else paid for those developments. So you're profiting from the work that someone else did. And for this bug, please do your share in supporting this ecosystem and help us fund the bug fix in the core, for example, so that others, you repay the favor. And in most of the cases, the updates you install are paid for by other people. So
yeah,
open source is contributing.
That's a very good point, because actually every work on an open source project is paid by someone. Even if it's a volunteer and a student working in a cafe and using that money to buy food, and then in the spare time work for an open source project. Someone pays for it in the one way or the other. So, and I remember, I mean, there's a long history of us also being in open source projects, and always there was this topic about paying for work in an open source project, that it can be dangerous to do, because if one guy is paid, then nobody else wants to work on that voluntarily. So what's your conclusion after the last 15 years thinking about it?
Well, it's obviously my first topic when I wake up, and the last one I sleep to. But I think it all depends. That's no, but it is really. I think the community and the project has to fit the kind of compensation that works out for people and the project. If the project is big enough and there is a way to pay people, I think that can work to get some basic maintenance going. Personally, I'm not a super fan of it, because I feel it devalues the volunteer work done on the project a bit. But that's obviously depends again. But the bigger the project, obviously, the more there is to do, and so at some point you kind of need a constant stream of contribution to just keep it running, even if not much is happening in terms of progress. And I think at that point you basically need someone that is paid to do it, unless you have amazing volunteers from somewhere, I don't know. But yeah, I guess there's good examples for that, where it works well, and where it seems the volunteers don't mind that there is paid work going into that as well. So yeah, if you look at the landscape, there's all kinds of options out there, and I think if done carefully and in agreement with everyone, it can all work out.
So for me personally, it's, I mean, an open source project where you can order features and then the open source project pays for it, so it's being implemented, that's a company.
Yeah.
So that is kind of my take on it. And however, there are things which are so unpopular, or like you don't get a customer pay for that. That's probably the point. Usually in projects we are involved where we say, oh, see an opportunity to improve Neos, or there's a feature, and why not make it more generic and put it into the core? There's no problem getting that financed. And if in doubt, the customer doesn't have to know about it. Really, I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? So I would say features usually can be financed through projects. But you have to have that mindset to consider that, to offer that to your. For example, a good way is you could say, yeah, we can create that little package which only works in your project. And if you like, we'll maintain it. You can pay upfront for the next 10 years, so we maintain it for you. Or we put it into the core, and then the Neos team will maintain it for you. What would you like? So, it's a bit of cheating, but
yeah.
It's kind of true.
It's true.
Yeah.
You also mentioned the release work, that we actually compensate a bit. It's no relation to actual work time and the money we reserve for a release. But it's one of those examples where I think releasing Neos is a very ungrateful task. There's a lot of small stuff involved that no one really wants to do. It's no fun. There's no fun coding involved. You have to keep track of a lot of stuff, and it's time sensitive because you want to release kinda at a certain time, maybe a week later or something, but you want to get this release out the door, so you also have this continuous time that you need to invest to get this release done. You can't just do 1 week here and 1 week there, 1 hour a week would be nice, 1 hour here, 1 hour there. So I think it's fair to, if someone steps up and says, I invest that time and take the 3 days of work basically and just do the release, it's nice to give them something for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So what's important is that I think Lorenz also put it very nicely yesterday, that you keep in mind your business foundation is Neos and Flow and many other open source projects, and you have to keep that in mind. And it's important that they continue to exist, so it's important to contribute, and the best way is to do that on a continuous basis. It's like Jürgen said to me today, it's a habit. I mean, in the beginning, it's difficult to make a process for that in your company, or to, even get the idea about it. But once it's in place, it's a no-brainer, and it makes sense, like paying your electricity bill or something like that. It helps a lot. And when you look at this conference, for example, it would be so sad if we couldn't do that, but this venue is far more expensive than we can get from the tickets alone or something. And there are other things, like the Neos team wants to meet in person, so we can help a few team members, for example, for whom it is difficult to pay travel expenses or like that. So even if it's that stupid topic again, but financial help definitely helps the project as well.
And while you mentioned sprints, I'd like to add, I recently traveled through the Slack history and recognized, okay, there was much more traffic on, hey, we would like to organize a sprint. Haven't done that myself. This is very helpful too.
Yes.
To provide a conference room or more, we will probably be more using a kind of hybrid setup, I guess, because there's always someone who wants to join remotely. And that would be helpful too.
Yeah.
It would also help us get organized to know, okay, in 3 months' time we will meet again at this location there, because we all have to plan for that.
Right. So investing into NEOS it's not a duty, but it's necessary, but it's also a lot of fun. No matter if you do that financially or in person, and be creative about what you can contribute. It's not only code, you might have design, you might have help our marketing team, you might help with the organization of a conference or whatever, a meetup, a little showcase. There are lots of possibilities, and don't be afraid. It's very, very easy to get involved, and it's a lot of fun. So
much fun.
I think that's it for this little conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Thank you for asking us the
Yeah, I love
questions.
to ask you.
Yes.
Okay. That brings us to the last point for I don't know, yeah, I'll do that, right? Is that true?
Yes,
Or do you take over?
No. There's not much to say. We will now award the best talk, and
yes.
we have this wonderful prize.
It's, yeah, and spoiler alert, this was not the best talk, but only because you couldn't vote on it. Yes, so let's get over to the best talk. You were able to rate these talks, you left lots of comments, and I think this time it was clear, not only in terms of the rating, but both in terms of the topic which was chosen, but also especially the presentation this time, which was definitely clear that that person should get the Best Speaker Award, and I stand up for that. And so the best talk is awarded this time to Bastian Weidelich. Hey, Bastian. Oh, Bastian. This is so great. And do you have a, there it is. So Basti here. And I promise this was not made up. I mean, we like, yeah, but he's a team member. So, but it was so clear that it has to go to you this time.
No.
Yes.
But I'm totally flabbergasted. Wow.
Yes. Good choice. Also, the topic of your talk somehow matched what we were talking about this year.
Yeah,
what was it
again?
What
a coincidence. I can't recall. I had too many whiskey Coke yesterday.
Okay. Now, I really enjoyed it, and you deserve it. So stay with us on stage here, if you like.
Yeah, of course.
Just for the end. Or
can
you
I
can
just
say something.
yeah,
you
just
want to greet someone.
Yeah, just yeah.
Okay.
I want to thank my wife and my dog. And no, but just take 1 minute to really thank you guys and also the team. I mean, I actually for the talk, one slide I left out is this. I had this video from 2016 where we met with Matthias and we discussed the first concepts. And there's a comment on YouTube saying they're all overselling, and of course the project went nowhere. And it's already 4 years old, that comment. Well, we stuck through it, and most of all because, well, everyone kept supporting us, and this is not natural, and I think this is why we're finally getting there. So, thank you.
Well, you achieved it. Yeah, great.
We all achieved it.
Yes. So, and now Tobias and Maya give us the rest. How you say?
All right, we're coming to the conference closing. So we want to thank our sponsors again. As I said many times already, a conference like this would not be possible without sponsors. Thank you very much to our gold sponsors, FlowNative, Network Team, Tech Division, Queo, and Punkt.de. Thank you. And last but not least, of course, also thank you to our silver sponsors, Gesagt, Getan, John Ullmann, Visivik, Cornelsen, Contenance, and Internetso. Thank you to the tech partners and the organizers. Thank you very much.
Yes. And I now want to add that we are obviously not over that yet, because we will have a contribution day tomorrow. And that was initially an idea from you, John, on the October sprint, that we could host something like that. And we are very happy that we will be around 40 people tomorrow at the Weiberwirtschaft on this address. Please be there by 9 o'clock. We will start then. And also, everyone who's staying until tomorrow, please come after we have finished here to the stage and help us get packed all up, because we sadly have to leave this location. And for all of us who will stay in Berlin for the post-con sprint, I will be happy to welcome you at our Berlin office, and we probably will start at 9 o'clock too. So that's the important info on this one. And because you are here now, it's in the 5th floor, and please use the elevator in the inner courtyard to get to the office. And if you can't find it, please write me on Slack. I will guide you. So,
thanks to Queo for providing that space for our sprint. Yes, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks for the contribution.
And now I'd like to welcome Sebastian on stage for all the rest you should know.
Hello, hello, hello. So, did you actually like it? What do you think? Should we do it again?
No.
Really? Yay! Really? So then, I would say we will meet again at NeosCon 2024. We don't have all the details yet, we don't have a date yet, we don't have a location yet, but we will figure all that out in the upcoming weeks. So there will be a NeosCon 2024, and I'm really, really looking forward to meet you there. Thank you so much. And if you're on your way back, please make some noise about Neos. Please share it. Please write some blog posts about Neos, because we can need this exposure. We can to have more people here and to grow our communities step by step. So if you have some time on your way back and you're not totally wasted and tired, then please write some blog posts, maybe on your personal or company blog. That would really help us. Woo! And now comes basically the last part of the conference, which is one really close to my heart, because this would not have been possible without many, many, many people backstage, on stage, helping. So I would like to say thank you. First, I would like to say a really, really, really big thank you to our 4 moderators, Anke from Queo, Maya from Jungformat, Christian from FlowNative, and Toby from Sensor. Please stand up, and really thank you so much. Thanks. Right. I'd also like to say thanks to our musicians. So please, my brother Jan Kurfürst and Florian aka Klaus. Maybe he'll join us. He's coming. And please also the famous, fabulous Robert, aka James Elias. Please join us on stage. Thank you for a fabulous evening. It was so cool to have a live band at the social event. And if you like, you can play some music now when people join us on stage. So thank you so much. I'd also like to welcome on stage the jury for the NEOS Award. So everybody on the jury for the NEOS Award, you had really special circumstances this year. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Please join us on stage. Thank you so much.
Stimme auf, ja. Danke dir. Welches dein Mikrofon ist?
Danke. Danke. Right. And I would like to bring some other people on stage who have been working tirelessly on organizing the conference. So I would like to bring my fellow conference organizers on stage, Fabian, Alicia, and Anke. Please join us here. Thank you so much.
Natürlich guckt da ein USB-C-Kabel aus der Tasche. Irgendwie muss man Sebastian mal wieder aufladen.
Danke dir. And now it will become a bit crowded because I would like to have all helping hands, all the video crew join us on stage. My colleagues Alex and Chris, who have organized the second stage, thank you so much. Leo running the live stream back there, thank you so much. Everybody from the registration, Daniel from Punkt.de taking photos. So please join us on stage. Every helping hand, everybody from the tech. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Danke dir sehr. Mega. And there's Daniel. Really cool. Thank you so much. And actually, there's one person not yet on stage, but he will be on stage just in a second. When we had the first NEOS conference in Hamburg, Lisa called me sometime, and I was like, well, we would like to do a live stream. I have no clue how this works. Well, we'll just somehow connect some cables, and it will somehow run. And Lisa said, well, I can get you in touch with a really cool guy. He's doing the tech for us. And actually, I would like to bring Kim Gast on stage. Thank you so much for helping us for the last 7 years. Thank you so much. So he is the best audio and video engineer I know. Thank you so much. Please also my dad, Dirk Kurfürst, please join me on stage. He's always supporting with audio and network know-how and equipment for the last year. So thank you so much. That's really cool. And I would also like to give a roaring applause to the technicians here from the venue. So thank you to the sound and light engineers, Connie and David at the back. Thank you so much. And also to everybody doing the catering back there, taking care of everything here at the location. So thank you so much, Kulturbrauerei, for having us. It was really cool. Thank you so much. So now there are two two things left I would like to say. So first, so the conference wouldn't be possible without two other people, basically. So the first one is all the speakers. So everybody who has done a talk, who helped, I know everybody from the speaker has, yeah, let's try that, has done a tremendous amount of work preparing their talks and to give you a really, really good quality. So thanks, every speaker. Let's bring you on the stage. Thank you so much.
Genau. Bis dann. Kann da noch jemand klatschen, wenn wir alle hier stehen? Es ist noch keiner mehr übrig, der unsere Mikrofone anmacht, oder?
Wir klauen ihm einfach das da.
Danke dir.
Wir klauen ihm rein. Er hatte das Hand nicht.
Hat er auch irgendwo versteckt.
Danke, Jan.
Danke. Right. And last but not least, thanks to everybody of you joining. Thanks to everybody in the NEOS ecosystem joining us at NEOS conference. This event would not be possible without you. So thank you so much. Have a safe trip home, or have a safe time or a nice time in the next days. So thank you so much. What is going on here?
You shouldn't forget someone very important standing in the middle of this stage right now. Our main conference organizer, Sebastian. Thank you. Right.
Zugabe.
So now, yeah. Difficult for me to start now. So thank you so much. See you next year. Have a safe trip home. Let's have some music. And thank you so much again. Thanks, NEOS community.